Today's meeting is being recorded, so please remember to speak directly into your microphone so everyone in the room can hear you and so we can capture your statements on the recording as well. Roll call, please. Ashley, will you call the roll?
Roll call. Losi. Pettinger.
Present.
Wennes.
Here.
Jordine.
Here.
Grinlin.
Present.
Losi.
Here.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I would like
This is Nancy. I move to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Nancy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, any other discussion?
I would like to add to the agenda, prior to the hearing, I would like a little bit of information from the city regarding the release of information. This is Jane.
Okay. Unless there's anybody that doesn't want to do that right now, we take a few minutes for Jane to ask a couple of questions of HR or Jill, whatever you like to do. Jane?
I think we need to vote on the motion,
Oh, there's a motion, okay.
and I think we should
Right.
either vote it down or vote.
So there was a
down.
second to approve the agenda. There's an addition to the agenda. How should we do that? Should we?
I would adjust my motion, this is Nancy, to include the addition.
Does our seconder agree?
So we've had a second on the approval of the agenda. Jane has made a motion to add an item to the agenda. Do we vote on that then?
Mm-hmm.
So can we have a vote on adding the additional item to the agenda?
Approved.
Should Ashley, you want to call the roll on that?
Yes.
Pettinger.
Yes.
Wennes.
Yes.
Jordine.
Yes.
Grinlin.
Yes. Okay, motion approved.
What I would like to know are two things. When we have a request for information, and I understand our sunshine laws require us to adhere to that request, of course, but what is appropriate to redact in what is submitted to something like the Fargo Forum? And I don't know if that's Nancy or Jill that's best to answer that.
I can address your question. Of course, records, so I'm looking directly at the Open Records Guide from the Attorney General, and it does provide that records relating to the internal investigation of a complaint of misconduct by an entity or employee, but only until, so it's exempt, which is not released, so it's a temporary exemption, until the investigation is complete, or for 75 days, whichever is first, then it is open. So there was a request in late December, early January for the internal investigation file that was provided in a redacted form at that time, with all confidential information withheld. And that also was reviewed by Attorney Leo Wilking at that time. And then we did receive a request for the records that were submitted to the Civil Service Commission, to your body, on Thursday. There was one request, and I believe the other one came in Friday morning. The parties were advised that there would be redactions necessary to those documents before they were released by the City of Fargo in response to the open records request. That release has not yet occurred. So as I understand it, on Friday, I did receive Monday morning an email from Attorney Wilking that he had communicated with the forum and had provided documentation at that time that contained information that had previously been redacted.
Ah, okay, thank you. So just more out of curiosity, I guess, then at this point in time, what would typically be redacted? What would you consider confidential in that regard?
There is an entire list of confidential records. Again, I would call your attention to the guide, but there is information phone numbers, home addresses, social security numbers, any medical records, treatments, patient records at university system medical centers, employee assistance program records, criminal history records, and others. And all of that was redacted from the records that were provided by the city of Fargo.
All right, thank you. That satisfies my questions. Do any other commissioners have questions to that effect?
No, do not.
All right.
Oh, may I be heard?
Yes,
Just briefly, my name is Leo Wilking. I am the attorney for Officer Nocitillo. And in regard to Commissioner Pettinger's question, Mr. Olson of the Forum did contact me late last week, indicating he was interested or would be doing an article in the Forum on this hearing. And at that time, I declined to discuss the hearing or the evidence with him. I said I'd prefer to wait until the commissioners have a chance to hear the evidence today. I don't typically, in fact, I never want to try my cases in the press. However, late Friday, Mr. Olson contacted me again and said that his editors would not wait until Tuesday for a story to appear. They wanted a story on Monday morning. And that the information he had up to that point was fairly one-sided in favor of the city. I felt that it was not appropriate for this information, this article, to go out to the public and perhaps be read by these commissioners in a one-sided fashion. So I did give Mr. Olson 2 documents, which are exhibits of Officer Nocitillo, his statements to the chief, which detail his position on many of the issues we'll discuss today. So that's why I did that. And in terms of what was not redacted from what I gave Mr. Olson, Officer Nocitillo's PTSD, post-traumatic stress syndrome, is going to be a significant part of this hearing. I mean, it's not everything, it's not the majority of the hearing, but it's a factor. And Officer Nocitillo authorized me to release it entirely, and it's going to be discussed today. So that's why I made the decisions I did. Thank you.
thank you. That clarification is helpful.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the January 14th, 2020 meeting?
So moved?
We moved to approve the minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Michael. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay.
Aye.
Sorry. Opposed, say nay. Okay, motion carried. So now we'll move on to the appeal hearing for Justin Nocitillo. While the power of the disciplinary action and/or discharge rests with the appointing authority, the role of the Civil Service Commission in the hearing process is to ensure that such disciplinary actions are not motivated by political or improper considerations. As a reminder, occasionally parties involved in the hearing may provide written documents that contain information about a disability or medical condition. Civil Service Commissioners are reminded to refer to this information only in general terms, such as a disability or medical condition, and not to specifically reference or name the disability or condition. It is the decision of the aggrieved party as to whether they choose to specifically disclose and discuss their disability or medical condition during the public appeal hearing. Additionally, the documents we receive for this hearing must not be released by the Civil Service Commission. The city will respond to any open records requests through their normal open records process. The procedure for today's hearing, both parties, appointing authority and aggrieved party, may exercise the right to have representation participate in the hearing. The commission would like to have all parties speak personally to the issues as well. Parties and/or their representatives will not be able to directly question witnesses for the opposing party. The format for this hearing is as follows. First, we'll take an opening statement by the employee or representative. Second, opening statement by the appointing authority or representative. Employee witnesses, if any. Appointing authority witnesses, if any. Commission's questions of employee or employee witnesses. Commission questions of the appointing authority or appointing authority witnesses. Final statement by the employee. Final statement by the appointing authority. Any questions before we proceed? Kurt and Nancy, you're hearing okay?
Yes, you're very clear. Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. Right.
Very good, okay. So we'll start then by an opening statement by employee and/or representative, please.
Thank you, Commissioner Grindlin. Again, my name is Leo Wilking. I'm an attorney in Fargo. I represent Officer Nachitillo in this matter. As you've just indicated, your role here is to determine whether the discipline imposed on Officer Nachitillo is motivated by political or other improper considerations. Officer Nachitillo does not allege any political motivations, but there were improper considerations. Among those are the fact that the discipline being imposed upon my client, termination, for the offenses listed by the chief, that discipline is inconsistent with what other officers have paid the price for in terms of their violations of similar policies. It's also, there are also improper considerations given the fact that in the second pre-determination hearing, and I emphasize the prefix pre, P-R-E, on December 1, 2021, the chief raised for the first time the accusation that my client had lied to Lieutenant Aberley in the course of the investigation of these two incidents. That accusation or that allegation was not raised by Lieutenant Aberley in his reports to the chief, either prior to the first predetermination hearing on November 29th, nor in his follow-up interviews between November 29th and December 1st. In the meeting on December 3rd, which was the final action at which the chief gave Officer Nachitillo notice of termination, the chief indicated that lying was a terminable offense in itself, and yet my client had had no opportunity to rebut that accusation. The chief had already made up his mind without allowing my client a chance to address the issue. And you'll hear, because I'm going to play 4.5 minutes of the final meeting on the second to last meeting on December 1st, at which the chief says, this is not a time for debate. I've made up my mind. He didn't want to listen to Officer Nachitillo, and he basically shut him down. That is not a fair process. And so that is an improper consideration. And I think that we have to address the fact that the police department's attitude toward the well-being of its officers, especially the mental health of its officers, is quite deficient. And you will hear from another former officer that the police department has a very disturbing tendency to deal with mental health issues by imposing discipline. Clearly, we don't treat illness with discipline, and yet that's what's happened in too many cases in the Fargo Police Department, and I think it's played a role here. Officer Nachitillo admits that he made mistakes in connection with these two incidents, the missing persons incident and the stolen vehicle incident. For example, he did not have a missing persons form in his vehicle when he responded to the report of missing persons, missing juveniles. He was untimely in filing some reports. He inadvertently, accidentally disposed of a pop can that was in the stolen vehicle. He made mistakes, but not mistakes deserving termination, commissioners. This is way outside the parameters of what should be a terminable offense for an officer who served with distinction for almost 19 years. It really is not, it's just not understandable why the chief would take such action. And my client's going to point out that the interviews with Sergeant Halverson, Sergeant Licken, Lieutenant Crane are very much at odds with the facts. And so I do urge you to pay close attention to my client's testimony, the questions I ask, and also the testimony of former Officer Michael Lovejoy later this morning. And I ask you to recommend or decide on reinstatement of my client to the Fargo Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have the opening statement by the appointing authority or the representative.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Nancy Morris, City Attorney for the City of Fargo, and thank you for your time this morning and your attention to this very important employment matter. I'm going to start with a comment in response to Councilor Wilkins' statement. I heard a statement that's outside of the parameters of what should be a terminable offense. And I want to draw your attention directly back to the policy as to what is the role of the Civil Service Commissioners today. And that is, of course, to review the termination or the disciplinary decision for whether it's politically motivated or for an improper consideration. But that power of that disciplinary action rests squarely on the shoulders of the appointing authority. And I urge you to uphold the decision of the Chief of Police, supported by his executive staff recommendation based on the events surrounding IA complaints 2021-46 and 47. As the representative of the City of Fargo, I submitted a very detailed, lengthy, and I apologize for that statement, with reference to a number of attachments that support that termination decision by Chief Zolbalski. Suffice it to say that Chief Zolbalski found the conduct of Officer Nachitilo that led to the two complaints egregious. The conduct was egregious, and Officer Nachitilo's response to that conduct was both unsettling and unacceptable. By way of summary, complaint 21046 involved a report of a stolen vehicle. Officer Nachitilo took the call, but told the victim to call the apartment manager to ask if the car had been towed. Officer Nachitilo did not go to the scene. He did not meet with the victim, and he did not make a report. The victim never called him back. Officer Nachitilo did nothing further in response to that stolen vehicle report until the vehicle was found 2 days later. At that time, he made the report of the stolen vehicle. He also then received evidence from another law enforcement agency that had talked to the victim and confirmed that there was a pop can and a pair of socks in the vehicle that did not belong to the victim. That deputy provided those materials, that evidence to Officer Nachitilo. He did not secure that evidence. He, in fact, threw it away, the pop can. He indicates he tried to look for it, he doesn't remember what he did with it, and he doesn't recall ever receiving the pair of socks. He did not properly, in accordance with his duties, address that evidence. Sure, mistakes happen. We certainly understand that. But not until 30 days later did he file a supplemental report identifying that he had destroyed that evidence. There is also some additional testimony that will be provided that he asked for that case to be classified as or determined inactive because the investigation was no longer ongoing. As it turns out, that vehicle theft was related to other thefts and may have been helpful in either deterring additional thefts or catching the perpetrators of that stolen vehicle. He deflects his responsibility, suggesting that it's possible the car was towed because he was aware of predatory towing practices, but he does not point to that having occurred in this instance, just that it may have happened. Complaint 2147 is certainly the more egregious of the two in terms of Officer Nachitilo's conduct, which forms the basis for the termination. Complaint 47 involves the report of 2 missing children under the age of 13. There are North Dakota statutory requirements that must be followed when there are reports of missing children. Officer Nachitilo knew that and did not file that report throughout the day. Those children were missing for 6 hours. He left the station where, of course, there were reports available. He'd taken the missing call report well at the station. He left the station without ensuring that he had that report. He stopped inextricably for coffee on the way to the school. His response is that there was another officer on scene, the SRO from West Fargo. West Fargo is not the primary agency in this situation. The children were in Fargo. Officer Nachitilo was primary, and he knew it. He knew he needed a form. He called out for a form on his way to the school, but then waved that off, thinking it would take too much time. And then he did not go and get the form at any time. It was brought to him by his sergeant at a later time. He did not ever complete the form, did not ever send it to NCIS, which is a national reporting, and which is absolutely required by law and by policy. For that, that just makes me shudder, frankly, that those children their whereabouts were not known for over 6 hours. He assumed that they were with their biological mother, but nobody, including the custodial parents, were certain that that's where those children were. Officer Nachitilo has placed his own mental well-being squarely in the public eye in this situation, and asserts that his termination reflects a misunderstanding or willful indifference to the effect of his existing health condition. Well, the chief of the department and the city are sympathetic to Officer Nachitilo's condition. Events in early 2020, which are included in your statement and in your packet, and early 2021, where he is returned to service, full service as a police officer without any restrictions or any need for restrictions in the performance of his duty, evidence his utter failure to perform his job duties to the peril and harm of the community to which he is sworn to serve. Officer Nachtilo was released to full duty, fit for duty in 2021. At no time did he seek accommodations, nor were any indicated as necessary. Chief Sobolski made his expectations, his performance expectations, clear to Officer Nachtilo in March of 2021. Officer Nachtilo failed to meet those expectations. Officer Nachtilo was dismissed for cause and not for any political or improper purpose in this instance. The appointing authority has tough decisions to make sometimes. Certainly, under these conditions with the police department and the challenges being faced, as we know in the media as well, dismissing an officer of 19 years was not taken lightly by the appointing authority. But Chief Sobolski, on the recommendation of his executive staff, who are longtime term employees of the police department, made the decision to terminate Officer Nachtilo. I urge you to uphold that decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Employee witnesses, if any, please.
Thank you. I'll have Officer Nachtilo testify. Justin, I think I'll have you start at the beginning. Where were you born and raised?
Good morning. I was born and raised in the small town of Butte, North Dakota. I grew up on a farm, and I joined the military right out of high school, the reserves, and went through college at Minot State University, where I graduated. I spent a short time working for the Ward County Sheriff's Office up there in Minot, and then I was hired to the Fargo Police Department on January 10th of 2003.
Okay. And after being hired by the Fargo Police Department, did you have some training to go through before you could become a full-time officer?
Yes, I was sent to the Lake Region State Academy in Devil's Lake in the spring of 2003.
Okay. And did you complete that training?
I did.
Right. And then after completing that training, did you join the force?
Yes, I completed the field training officer program in Fargo, and then I was about a month out of the program or so, and then I was received my orders to be deployed.
And where were you deployed?
To Iraq.
And that was Operation?
Iraqi Freedom.
Okay. And that was in 2003 or 2004?
I left the department in December 2003, and then my enlistment ran up after my return in June of 2005.
So you were in Iraq for, what, a year and a half?
About 14 months.
Did you see combat?
Yes.
Can you describe briefly for the commissioners the nature of your duties and the combat that you were involved in?
Sure. My battalion was attached to the 2nd Brigade of the 1st Infantry Division, and our area of responsibility was in the Sunni Triangle, just north of Baghdad. We were called Task Force Trailblazer, and there's a Highway 1 that runs out of the north of Baghdad up to Tikrit. We was known as the main supplier out Tampa, and our unit's job was to clear that road of IEDs every day, basically, to protect logistical convoys that were traveling it.
In the course of those duties, I assume you carried weapons?
Yes.
Did you, on occasion, or perhaps every day, exchange gunfire with individuals hostile to the United States?
Yes. Not necessarily daily, but several times we would encounter small arms fire and RPGs.
Okay. Were members of your squad or battalion wounded or killed?
5 individuals in my battalion were killed in action, and approximately 10 were wounded.
Was there an occasion when a incoming mortar landed close to your living quarters?
Yes. We, on one of the forward operating bases I was on, was we lived in some small, like, they're basically like those storage those container ship, carried those steel containers. We basically lived inside of those, and there was concrete barriers around the perimeter. And I was wearing my interceptor ballistic armor and was actually going to walk to the gym. There was like a small like golf dome. It was like a bubble that was air conditioned, and they had a small gym in there. And I was just exited, and I was just walking towards the barriers to exit the living area. And this, they think it was like a 120 millimeter mortar came in right outside, about maybe 100 feet outside of the living area, and detonated. And it showered the whole area with gravel. There was 4, they called them LMTV trucks, and it just totally destroyed them. So, I mean, if I'd have been another 100 feet or so closer to the gym, I very well could have been killed from that.
Officer, have you subsequently been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress syndrome as a result of your combat experience?
Yes.
Your positions in the Fargo Police Department, after your service, you returned to the Fargo Police Department and started as a patrol officer or a training officer?
The patrol officer.
And that was what month of what year?
It would have been like June or July of 2005.
Okay. And what, you began as a patrol officer?
Yes.
And then what subsequent positions did you hold until your termination?
I was a patrol training officer for several years, and then I went up to investigations, was a detective for a few years, and then was involuntarily moved back to patrol, and then I ended up here.
Okay. So, officer, let's kind of fast forward from 2005 to 2020. During those 15 years, did you have stressors which triggered PTSD symptoms on occasion?
I did. I would describe the time from about 2005 to 2014 or so as, I was very much in denial of the fact that I was struggling. And I guess my remedy was to be a workaholic, just totally submerge myself in my work. And I, for several years, I really performed at a high level on the job. And but it kind of came to a head in 2014 when my marriage fell apart. And it was only then that I started to, after I got divorced, I was willing to, I was pretty much at like a rock bottom point, and I was willing to reach out. And so that's when I sought help with the VA and was diagnosed officially and started seeking treatment on a regular basis.
Okay. But then in 2019, 2020, did problems arise which resulted in a disciplinary complaint against you?
Yes, I was up in investigations working as a detective, and I really, when I started up there, the caseload is very intense. I think when it started, I was at like 60 cases in my file rather quickly, and I really started to struggle. And eventually, my supervisor started to take notice, and there was some cases in there that really affected me a lot. One that still I think about a lot is 16-year-old Nepali male. He committed suicide in his parents' basement of their home. And I had a really tough time with that case, and I kept in contact with the father for quite a while after that, but I was so affected by it that I couldn't access the case. I left it sit there for like a few months, I think, before I just couldn't look at the pictures or anything like that having to do with it.
Also, you mentioned that you were married, but that marriage ended in divorce. And
Yeah.
when was the divorce?
2014,
Okay. And then did you remarry?
I did, yes.
What year?
2016,
Okay. And do you have children with your current wife?
I do, yes, 2.
And how old are they?
My son Lucas is 4, and my daughter Aubrey is 2.
Okay. As exhibits H, I, and J, we have offered some documentation regarding the issues that arose in 2020. And Exhibit H is your statement regarding your difficulty with workload and so forth. And you state at the conclusion, and this is September 24, 2020, Exhibit H, you indicate, I do not dispute any of the work performance shortcomings as I've been accused of in this complaint. I have not been meeting the standard, and I am in no way satisfied with my recent work performance. And then Exhibit I is a OPS-IA investigation report, which indicates that you had been placed on a 6-month performance improvement contract. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was ultimately determined that you were not meeting the expectations of that performance contract, correct?
Yes.
And if you can summarize just real briefly, what were the performance expectations? Was it mostly related to timely reports, or what else was involved?
Yes, that was basically it. It had everything to do with, the timeliness. I was getting my reports done, contacting victims within like 48 hours of receiving a case in my file, and things like that.
Okay. And it was ultimately determined that you weren't really meeting those expectations. And did that lead to you seeking treatment for the PTSD at a facility in Florida?
Yes.
Why Florida?
Well, as I recall, the way it worked out is that was right during kind of the height of the beginning of COVID situation. And the VA system was very much backed up. And I think I received some paperwork from HR about, this is before I was put on unpaid leave. Received some paperwork regarding accommodations, and I attempted to get in with a psychiatrist up at the VA, but as I said, they were very much backlogged. And but then I got put on unpaid leave, and the VA again, to get into an inpatient facility was like several months, and I would have exhausted my sick leave by then. So I reached out to someone with the Fraternal Order of Police, and they managed to find this private facility in Florida that was able to get me in immediately. So I ended up going down there.
How long were you in the facility in Florida?
I think it was about 9 weeks.
And you returned to Fargo in early 2021?
Correct. Yeah.
And after you returned to Fargo, you had a fitness for duty examination by a psychiatrist or psychologist here?
It's the one that's contracted with the city, yes.
Okay. And as a result of that examination, you were declared fit for duty?
Yes.
You mentioned that when you returned to duty, it was as a patrol officer, not in investigations, correct?
That's right.
Was that your decision?
No.
Was it explained to you why you were not being returned to your former position?
Not really, and I didn't, I was just told that I was not going to be happy with the fact that I was being sent back to patrol, but I just didn't complain about it. I just was, grateful that I was back, and I would, try to do my best and whatever position I was in. So I didn't complain about it.
Okay. Exhibit J, Exhibit J of your exhibits, is also reflected in the city's exhibits. It's a memo to you from the chief dated March 3, 2021. And because Exhibit J has a couple redactions, I think I'll use the city's version. Here it is, I'm sorry, Exhibit 30 of the city's exhibits.
Excuse me, if I could just interrupt. Of course, the city's exhibits were provided to the governing body for decision-making and have not been released in unredacted form to the public. That information, so I just wanted to call that to your attention.
Okay, so you'd prefer that I use my Exhibit J to your Exhibit 30?
It is your client's documents, so I would
Okay.
leave
That's-
that to your discretion, but the city will not be releasing
Okay,
records in that manner.
that's fine. In this memo of March 3rd, 2021, the chief he congratulates you on your successful completion of your treatment as prescribed by Dr. J. Filippi, and that you had passed the subsequent fitness for duty evaluation. He indicates in the second paragraph he has closed the internal investigation with a finding of not sustained as regards the complaint. And then he goes on to state, however, I must inform you that based on Dr. Filippi's finding that you are currently fit for duty and have been given the information and tools to maintain and address your situation, future performance-related concerns or issues will be addressed from a performance standard perspective. In short, it is your responsibility to ensure you continue to address your situation so it does not interfere with your ability to perform the functions as a Fargo police officer. Well, Officer Nachitillo, the PTSD didn't disappear on March 3, 2021, did it?
Unfortunately not.
And although you were given some coping skills and some management skills, did the PTSD continue to bother you after March 3, 2021?
Yes,
Did it play a factor in some untimely reports?
absolutely.
But the chief decrees that only performance will be considered, and your underlying health issues are not relevant. Is that basically what you took from this memo?
Well, what I took from it was that I really couldn't expect any assistance from the department, that it was going to be on me to make sure that my performance was sufficient, and that if it wasn't, then I could expect to get complaints.
Okay. So let's get to the heart of the matter, which is the two incident reports, and let's begin with the more what Ms. Morris describes as the more egregious event, which was the missing persons event. Very slowly and in detail, would you narrate for the commissioners the events of that day with regard to the missing juveniles? What type of call? Well, first, let me go back. Before you do that, officer, you'd been on the force for 18, 19 years. Had you been involved in missing persons cases in the past?
Many times.
When there's a suspicion that a child has been abducted by a stranger, and that the child is in danger, what is the normal course of events in the Fargo Police Department?
Typically, if we have an incident where a parent reports, like let's say that they dropped they're supposed to pick their child up at a bus stop or something like that, and they didn't appear. The parent called in. Normally, the procedure would be that, every available unit would head to that area, saturate it, and we basically, everything else, as far as calls, holds until the child is found.
Okay? And so that's an example of when the police department really goes all out to find the child because there is a legitimate concern that the child has been abducted by people unrelated to the child.
Correct.
When you received this call to assist an officer in West Fargo, was it a high priority call? High priority missing persons call?
Well, there was obviously the potential, but just to put everything in context, the dispatch came in over the radio, and it was basically to assist a West Fargo officer with potential missing children. And so basically every call that we go on, like as officers, let's use, for example, like a physical domestic incident. When we're dispatched there, the first officer to arrive at the scene really is responsible to dictate the response of the subsequent officers that are responding. So if there's officers that are backup officers that are coming across town driving lights and siren, the person that's on scene will typically say, okay, this is not a physical domestic assault in progress. So everyone else can slow down. They can downgrade. And so in this incident, there's a West Fargo officer on scene. There was no indication that that officer needed immediate response, just that he needed assistance from from one of our officers. It was just me that got dispatched, and the West Fargo officer himself, who has his own department at his disposal, did not request any of his own officers to assist him.
Okay. This West Fargo officer, was he detailed to a school in West Fargo?
Correct.
And who was with him at the school? Step-parents or?
The biological father of the children in question and the stepmother.
Okay. Did you have a missing persons form in your vehicle when you responded to this call?
No, I did not.
And are you aware of other officers who don't have missing persons forms in their car?
It happens all the time.
In fact, was it Sergeant Licken or Sergeant Halverson who didn't have one in his car when you were asked to complete one? Yes,
that's correct. I believe you had to go to the West Acre station to get one.
So that's not an uncommon experience.
No.
And also there is mentioned the fact, and Ms. Morris has alluded to the fact, that inexplicably you stopped for coffee at Caribou, I think, for 4 minutes or so. Is that true?
It is true.
Why'd you do that?
Well, part of my, obviously with my work issues, part of what I struggle with is focus. And, I really depend on the stimulation of caffeine to make sure that I have my head in the game. Under the circumstances, I went to the drive-through. I didn't think it was going to be a significant addition to my response time. And I wanted to swig it down before I got to the school so that I basically was alert.
And there was no indication from the West Fargo officer that this was an emergency situation where he needed immediate assistance?
No, I mean, I was on the dispatch screen. He'd have been able to see that, and he'd been able to call me directly on my cell phone if he needed me to respond faster.
Okay. When you arrived at the school and met with the West Fargo officer and the biological father or mother?
It was both, actually.
Okay. No, it wasn't the biological mother, it was the biological father.
Biological father and the stepmother.
And the stepmother.
Correct.
And what information did you obtain that made you question whether this was truly a missing person incident?
Well, basically, and also the West Fargo officer was in the room also, I should mention. Basically, they were convinced that, under the circumstances, that the biological mother, who lived in Minnesota, had snuck in when because the stepmother takes the biological father to work early in the morning, and she was only gone for 30 minutes. So there was only a 30-minute time frame from when the children were last seen to when they were gone. The biological mother had been communicating with the biological father that she was in fact in town that weekend for a wedding, and had been insisting that she wanted to see the children and was demanding his address. Furthermore, when the stepmother got home after dropping the biological father off at work, she found there was no signs of forced entry, and then she found the two juveniles' cell phones placed neatly on the counter, which seemed to suggest that the person that left with the kids, was just leaving the phones, because the biological mother obviously would not want them to have the father's property and want to purchase them new phones. And so that was my belief, and also the belief of the West Fargo officer as to what the likely situation was concerning the kids.
Okay. How long were you at the school with the West Fargo officer and the biological father and stepmother before you left to respond to a call of a burglary?
Approximately 45 minutes.
Okay. What did you do during those 45 minutes to advance the situation in terms of locating the children?
So the biological father left for a time because he was claiming that he had a court order that gave him sole custody of the children, and that would have prohibited legally the mother from leaving the state. So I referenced a state statute that covers that situation, where the mother would be, in those circumstances, if there was an actual custody decree, that she would be guilty of a felony if she kept the children over state lines for a period of exceeding 72 hours. So that was my mindset, and that of the West Fargo officer was that this would most likely be a felony case on the biological mother for taking the children. And the father brought me back a large PDF file, or actually a large stack of documents that the West Fargo officer subsequently scanned into a PDF file. And so I was going through those documents and trying to ascertain whether or not there was actual legal basis to prohibit the mother from having the children to start with.
Okay. And so after about 45 minutes, you were notified of a possible burglary and left the school to go to the scene of the burglary?
Yes, well, in the parking lot of the school, I attempted to call Sergeant Halverson on his desk phone, because I wanted to ask him questions and get some guidance on how I should proceed from that point. And he didn't answer. So then this day was probably in the top 10 busiest days I've ever worked as a patrol officer. I mean, it was just insanely busy. So I thought, I looked at we're able to pull up in the car, pull up the calls pending, and I saw that there was a couple burglaries to a apartment building that were in the southern portion of my beat. So I drove down there, and as soon as I arrived at the scene, then I called Sergeant Halverson again, and then was able to reach him on his work cell phone.
What did he tell you, or what advice did he give you?
Well, I laid out the circumstances of what happened at the school, all the information I had regarding the children, the biological mother, the situation at the apartment, the circumstances of how they became missing, And I asked, you know, if I should be doing something different. And then he said that he wanted to talk to Lieutenant Crane. And so we hung up. And in the interim, while I was waiting to get called back by Lieutenant Crane, I went and just got the information from the two victims of the burglaries, and then came back to my squad car, and then Lieutenant Crane called me back.
Okay.
And had a conversation with him.
In your conversation with Sergeant Halverson, was there any discussion of the missing persons form NCIC?
No,
He did not ask if you had filled one out? He did not direct you to fill one out?
no, did not.
So it was after the completion of your response to the burglary that you did hear from Lieutenant Crane, correct?
That's correct.
And you were in your squad car somewhere?
Yes, parked right outside of the apartment building in South Fargo.
Okay. And what did Lieutenant Crane tell you in terms of how to proceed with the missing persons, missing juveniles investigation?
Yeah. Well, again, I laid out the same circumstances, and then actually to back up Sergeant Halverson, when I spoke to him, I actually mentioned the statute that I had referenced at the school, and he had commented that he was impressed that I knew that he wasn't aware of that statute existed. So he commented that, you know, that he was impressed that I knew it, I was aware of it. And so the same thing I laid out for Lieutenant Crane, and I just, he said, well, we might need to treat this as a high-risk missing person case. He's like, we might even have to do an Amber Alert. And I was like, okay, well, what do you want me to do, Lieutenant? Just tell me what to do. And then he said, okay, I want you to go to the apartment where the kids live, and I want you to do a canvass of the building. And then I also want you to look into getting the surveillance video from the management.
Okay. In that conversation with Lieutenant Crane, even though he mentioned a possible Amber Alert, some escalated response, did he ask you to obtain and fill out an NCIC form?
No, he did not.
As part of Lieutenant Aberley's investigation and interviews, did Lieutenant Crane maintain that he had given you that instruction?
In his recorded interview, that appeared to be the case, but in his written statement, I don't know if he really specified that that's what he did. But I'm here to tell this body that that did not occur, and if that had been mentioned, the first words out of my mouth would have been the fact that I didn't have those forms and would need to track them down.
Okay. Ultimately, you did put out a call for an NCIC form, and an officer, a Fargo Police Department officer on the far north side responded. Is that correct?
And this wasn't actually en route. It was actually after I arrived at the school, because I was just prepared, getting ready to go inside to the school to speak to the parents. And I thought, well, I should probably bring in some missing person forms. I didn't know if the West Fargo officer had filled them out either. Because, you know, according to the state laws, I understand it, you know, a missing person report can be taken by any jurisdiction. It doesn't have to be the one where the juveniles live. But that being said, when I went in there, I took it over because the parents did live in the Fargo city limits, and that was a West Fargo school officer, so he's responsible to stay at the school, whereas I'm a patrol officer. So I thought it made sense that I take it.
So actually, en route to the school for the first time, you did make a request for the form?
When I arrived at the school, in the parking lot, yes, I found that I didn't have any forms, and so I called on the radio. And again, it's extremely busy. Everybody's tied up on stuff. And then the only person that responded, it was Officer Dane Jeldon. He was in the far north district of town. And he said, I have one, but I'm way far north. I believe that's pretty much what he said.
What did you tell him?
I said, just stay in your district. I'll figure it out. You know, I'll find someone else to bring me a form.
Were those forms available at the West Acres police station, or?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what, sounded like there was some there.
And was that an option for you to leave the school, go get the forms at West Acres, and then return to the school?
It was an option, but, you know, if we have parents that have missing children, I think it was appropriate that I just say, oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to leave for 20 minutes to go get a couple pieces of paper and come back. I thought it was more professional to remain there with them and then figure out the documents if I needed them later.
And as you talk to the biological father and the West Fargo police officer and the stepmother, in your mind, based on your training and your experience, you began to have doubts as to whether this truly was a missing persons case.
Yeah, in fact, that was my mindset was the exact opposite, that it was a custody issue with the biological mother.
All right. So Lieutenant Crane tells you to go back to the apartment where the children lived and do a canvass of the area to see if anyone noticed someone entering the children's domicile, and also to check whether there was any surveillance video in that area that would show someone entering the apartment during the 30 minutes in question?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
And were 2 officers assigned to help you with the canvass?
Yes, I had a conversation with Sergeant Helverson, and he indicated that he was sending me 2 officers to assist me with basically act as my assistants there and to help me with all the tasks associated with, doing the canvas and anything else I needed, basically.
Okay. Did those officers arrive to help?
They did, although I never did talk to either of them.
Did they do some canvassing?
As I understand it, yes, they did.
And were they pulled from that duty fairly quickly?
Yes.
By who?
Sergeant Licken.
Do you know why?
I suspect I know why, but I was never told why, or even told why, the fact that they were being released. No one consulted me before they were released.
And after that, well, did their canvassing efforts or your canvassing efforts turn up anybody who had witnessed someone entering the apartment?
No, there's nothing suspicious brought up in the canvas whatsoever.
Okay. And then at that point, you believed, or you were waiting for the video surveillance. Is that correct?
Yes, there was 2 females in the office of the management, and they were having issues. They have an IT department that handles their surveillance system, and I'm not entirely sure what the issue was, but they were having issues having him, the person they were talking to, appreciate the seriousness of what I was dealing with, and it took forever to hear back from anybody, and I was badgering them quite a bit to keep on the IT guy, but we never did get the surveillance video.
Were you with the stepmother or biological father that whole time in the office?
Yes, I sat with the stepmother in the office of the apartment building the entire time I was there until the children were located.
Okay. At some point that afternoon, you did get a missing persons form, correct?
I did.
Who brought it to you?
Sergeant Licken.
Okay. And as the hours passed and you weren't seeing the surveillance and you had not made contact with the biological mother, did you then proceed to complete the form?
Yes, I did. Both of them Sergeant Licken completed one and I completed the other one.
Okay. Why did you not file your form?
Well, I was just preparing to send the 2 missing person forms to dispatch to have them entered into that national database, and then I received a call back from the biological mother on my phone.
Okay. So the biological mother told you the children were with her and were safe?
Correct.
And so no missing persons case resolved?
Correct. And I then informed Sergeant Helverson, and then I requested from Sergeant Helverson to have either him or another supervisor to call the mother themselves so that they could verify the children were safe, because I thought it was be more appropriate to have someone in leadership verify that information.
And I think Sergeant Helverson did have a FaceTime or video call with the biological mother. He saw the children in the vehicle with her and noted that they were wearing their safety belts.
Yeah, but actually, I think it was Lieutenant Crane that did that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant Crane did that. Anyway, so there's information in the city's reports, evidence that you later had a meeting with Sergeant Halverson, who raised questions about your performance that day, correct?
Yes, I was late on overtime, and I was doing reports in the report room, and Sergeant Halverson came and grabbed me and asked me to have a meeting.
And there's indication that in response to one of his questions or one of his comments, you laughed and kind of, made light of his questions. And what was your attitude when you were being questioned by Sergeant Halverson?
Well, at first I wasn't really aware what he wanted to talk about. But then when he sat down, he put about 10 Post-it notes in front of him, and then he started to read off all of these things that I did wrong throughout the incident with the children. And literally, like an hour before that, because I had been corresponding over text with him the entire time I was at the 1770 40th Street South address. And at one point, I had updated him that I had done a teletype down to an agency in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, I believe it was. And I actually spoke to an officer down there and sent them pictures of the children to that agency so they could check the mother's address, the biological mother. And he replied with a text saying, "You are the man."
This was an hour before he sat
yeah,
you down to
yes.
talk about all your mistakes.
Yes. So now I'm listening to him just dress me down for all these indiscretions, and I thought it was kind of absurd, and I was kind of smiling to myself like, what is going on here? I didn't understand where he was coming from, because like he did in a span of an hour, he did like a complete 180, and suddenly was being very critical of what I was doing.
What mistakes on your part did he cite? Do you recall?
Oh, well, he made the one that rubbed me the most in the wrong way was that he tried to insinuate that I wasn't taking it seriously, that these children were missing. And nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, when the parents were spoken to later, they described my performance as very professional and very concerned. So to me, that was rather insulting. As a police officer that is very conscientious about the way he treats the public and serves the public, that did upset me a little bit.
And you have young children of your own?
Yes, yeah.
You have acknowledged that, there were mistakes made or there were departures from policy that day on your part, that you, for instance, you didn't have the form in your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And, but all in all, you feel that you're based on your experience with missing person reports and talking to the biological father and the stepmother, determining that very likely the children were with their biological mother, you handled this in a professional and competent manner?
Absolutely.
All right, let's turn to the other incident report, which was involved a report of a stolen vehicle. So go through that with us. You were notified of a possible stolen vehicle and contacted the owner?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told?
Spoke to the gentleman over the phone, and he indicated that he had his pickup truck with, I believe it was like a 1995 Chevrolet half-ton. He was at his friend's apartment building and had it parked outside on the apartment property, and came out the following morning and found that it was gone. So I asked him, were the doors locked on the vehicle? He said yes, absolutely. I said, so was there any ignition keys in your truck at all? Did you have one hidden glove compartment or the center console or anything like that? No. So just with those two pieces of information alone, in my experience, in 19 years, I can't ever recall taking a stolen vehicle where, it was forcibly entered, and there wasn't, and the ignition was defeated somehow with a tool or anything like that. Almost always, if not all the time, that on the ones I've worked in my career, it's the door is unlocked, and there's usually a key left somewhere inside the vehicle, a spare key.
So, did you have a suspicion, based on your experience, your previous experience, that perhaps the car had been towed?
I did. I had firsthand knowledge of the fact that there's several towing companies in town that tow off private property, and a few that actually are contracted to basically patrol the private property of whatever management, and if they see any vehicles that are not in compliance with their policies, parking policies, that they just hook up to the people's vehicles and they just take them. And then those people, I've been sent several times down to this place called Bud's Service Center, South Fargo, where the people they find out that their car was towed by them, and then here they're stuck with like a $400 bill to get their vehicle out.
Okay. And you mentioned Bud's Service Center, whatever it was. And as part of the supplemental investigation by Lieutenant Aberley, was the owner of Bud's contacted about whether vehicles had been towed that had originally been reported stolen?
I don't know that they had originally been reported stolen, but they were definitely towed off of private property, and the owners, I had been called on there because of disturbances because the owners were incensed at the fact that they had to pay $400 to get their car back.
Okay. So you asked the owner to check to see whether perhaps the vehicle had been towed because it was parked illegally or something like that.
Yeah, well, I asked so the owner wasn't there. I should mention that. He was not at the scene of where the alleged vehicle theft occurred, and he did not live there. And so I asked him and I did ask him, would you be willing to contact your buddy that lives at that building and see if they can call the management, and then you can describe exactly where your truck had been parked and the time frame, and then ascertain whether or not it had been towed. Because I said, in my experience, there's pretty high likelihood it had been towed because he doesn't live there. And then I asked him to call. I gave him my full name, my work cell phone number, my email, and asked him to contact me back right away and let me know. And
Did he ever contact you?
no, he did not call me back.
The vehicle was later found a day or two later, is that correct?
Yeah, it was. Well, I don't know if it was located, but it was called in, and then a Cass County deputy was out with it.
Okay. And where was it located when it was found?
Somewhere on a field in Cass County. I'm not sure the exact location.
Okay. And what did you learn about the vehicle's condition that led you to believe that the owner had not been 100% honest with you in describing the security of the vehicle?
So I spoke with a deputy over the phone, and he said that there was no forced entry. It didn't appear on the truck, and so I called the owner and to let him know that his truck had been found. And I said, well, how did they? I said there's no forced entry. I said, how did they drive it away? Because there was no key in there. And he's like, the ignition is you can start it with a screwdriver. He goes, you don't even need a key. And I was like, well, that would have been nice to know, when I took the report and I took the initial call from him. And so anyway, speaking to the deputy, I said, okay, could you do me a favor? And I said, can you go when the owner gets there to speak to you? can you ask him to identify anything in the truck that he doesn't believe belongs to him? And then can you seize those items and then bring them to me? And so I did. I requested the deputy do that, and ended up those items were a can of root beer, empty can of root beer, and I guess socks. I did not remember the socks being mentioned, but evidently he says that there was a pair of socks in the bag he gave me. So I met with the deputy at a gas station and just off 52nd Avenue, and he handed me the bag, and I took it, and at some point towards the end of my shift, I must have cleaned my, because you know it's normal clean your squad car of any garbage before you shut it down at the end of the shift, and evidently I threw those items away, not recognizing at the time that they needed to be processed. And I should also mention that I'm a trained crime scene investigator, or was, and my intention was to just do a trace DNA swab of the can itself, and then I was going to dispose of the can and then log the swab into evidence. But given the fact circumstantially that the truck had not been locked, really I didn't think there was a lot of evidentiary value, because the fact the truck wasn't locked means that anybody walking around the truck could have tossed the can in from anywhere. There could have been any number of ways that can could have got inside the truck. So, in and of itself, it doesn't really prove a whole lot, but I did accidentally throw them away, and I accept responsibility for that.
And the city suggests that you tried to conceal that fact or didn't disclose it as soon as you should have, but you did in fact prepare a supplemental report indicating that you had been given evidence and then had accidentally thrown it away?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do anything to conceal it. I acknowledge that it took me a while to get it turned in, but that wasn't the only report I hadn't turned in. I was backed up on a lot of reports. And it had been easily, I could have had a couple options. I could have just not mentioned the items, and the only person, it was just between me and the deputy that even knew about them, really. And or I could have went and bought a can of root beer and took my own socks off, I guess, and logged them in to evidence, and no one would probably know any different. But I instead chose to tell the truth about what happened.
Ms. Morris suggested in her opening statement that this was a terrible, terrible thing because perpetrators' other stolen vehicles could have been caught, identified by virtue of the DNA that might have been taken from that can. What's your comment on that?
Well, I've never heard of any such cases, if there is. That was never brought to my attention. And like I said, circumstantially, I don't think that DNA proves anything because, like I said, anybody could have thrown it in there, given that the truck was not secure.
Commissioner Grindlin, I would then move to the predetermination meeting on November 29th and then the second one on December 1st, and play a short portion of the December 1st meeting. Was your intention that we would take a break? Because I also want to notify Officer Lovejoy of where we're at.
Certainly, we could take a break. I think if everyone's okay with that. 10-minute break?
Thank you.
Okay.
For how long?
10 minutes?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Officer Noctillo, let's move on to the investigation by the city of these alleged complaints. I'm sorry, investigation by the Fargo Police Department. Your first predetermination meeting with Chief Zablosky was November 29, 2021, am I correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And prior to that meeting, were you given Lieutenant Aberley's investigation reports on both 2021-046 and 2021-047?
I don't believe so.
Well, let's see. Exhibit D, not Chatillo Exhibit D, is a memo to the chief from you dated December 1, in which you're responding to Lieutenant Aberley's memo of November 19th. Is that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And that memo basically just informed you of the charges and a summary of his investigation, or?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. But the city's exhibits 11 and 12 are memos to the chief. Exhibit 11 is investigation report for incident 2021-046, dated November 17th, 2021, and that is 14 pages.
Yes.
And then Exhibit 12 is an investigation report for 2021-047, also dated November 17th, and that's 23 pages, correct?
Yes.
And in these reports, Lieutenant Aberley goes into detail about his interviews with you and his interviews with other individuals, correct?
Yes.
Is there any indication in either of these reports totaling 25 pages that, I'm sorry, 35 pages, 23 pages plus 12 is 35. Sorry, 23 pages plus 14 is 37. Is there any indication in any of those 37 pages that Lieutenant Aberley felt you were lying to him or somehow misrepresenting your conduct in either of these incidents?
No.
At the predetermination meeting on November 29, when the incidents were discussed with you, did you request some follow-up investigation by the police department?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And there was follow-up investigation by Lieutenant Aberley, and that resulted in memos to the chief dated December 1, 2021. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Exhibit 13 of the city's exhibits is the memo from Lieutenant Aberley to the chief dated December 1. Officer Nachitillo, further investigation request on 21046. That's with regard to the stolen vehicle. And then Exhibit 14, also dated December 1, Lieutenant Aberley's memo to the chief on the further investigation request for 2021-047. And the first one, Exhibit 13, is 2 pages, and Exhibit 14 is 9 pages, correct?
Correct.
And in any of those 11 pages, is there an assertion by Lieutenant Aberley that you have lied to him in any of his investigation?
No.
What's your understanding of the purpose, Officer Nachitillo, of a pre-determination meeting?
My understanding was that the intention would be to gather what, if any, additional information can be included before the chief would make his official determination as to what was going to happen.
Okay. Was it your understanding you'd had the opportunity to respond to the charges, ask questions, get further explanation of what was being alleged against you?
Yes, that was my understanding.
And at the meeting on the second predetermination meeting on December 1, 2021, did the chief accuse you for the first time of lying in the course of this investigation?
Yes.
Did you ask if you could address some of the evidence, and did the chief indicate it was not the time for debate?
Yes, I tried to first bring up issues concerning the evidence that I accidentally disposed of, and I was promptly shut down and told that it was not appropriate to speak of.
Okay. And did your attorney at that time, Mr. Fries, want to talk about whether the discipline proposed for you was consistent with discipline imposed for similar offenses on other officers? What was the chief's reaction to that question by Attorney Fries?
As I recall, he articulated that it was not required to have any basis having to do with previous offenses. That
So consistency in the
was
chief's opinion.
was irrelevant, basically. Yeah.
Okay. I think at this time, Commissioners, I'll play 3.5 minutes of the December 1 predetermination meeting, which touches on the issues that Officer Noctil has just discussed.
Yeah, Commissioners, I would request that the entire proceeding be recorded or played, so it's not out of context. I do think I could do that at the time of my presentation, or we could do it now to have no duplication.
Yeah, I think the whole thing is maybe 30 minutes, so, no, actually, I think it's only 18 or 20 minutes, so I'm fine with playing the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
But I would indicate that the initial 13 minutes or so are the chief listing the charges and the counts, and then it's the final 3 or 4 minutes that I am most interested in having you listen to in terms of the chief's comments on consistency, lying being a terminal offense, and so forth.
Hey everyone, it's December 1st, 11:02 a.m. This is a continuation of a predetermination hearing that was started on November 29th, 2021 regarding formal personnel complaints 21-046 and -047 involving allegations against Officer Justin Noctil. Upon the initial November 29th meeting, Justin asked for a couple additional pieces to be done in terms of the investigation. We have completed those tasks. We have the reports from those follow-ups. In my review, I don't see anything in there that changes the trajectory of the investigation relative to the allegations that have been brought forth. So what I want to do is just kind of go through these one at a time, starting with 046. The initial follow-up that you asked for had to do with talking to the Bud Service Center regarding their towing processes and policies. So that report is there. And again, I don't think that has any bearing whatsoever on the allegations that are brought before relative to your handling of the investigation. So I just want to walk through 046 in terms of the recommendations and the violations. Violation or allegation number 1 is related to violation of laws, rules, or orders, specifically violating a policy, procedure, or rule, specifically policy 421, section 421.4 that is regarding officer responsibilities. States in part, prior to securing from duty, neighborhood services officers shall communicate with the shift commander and advise them of any investigative report that has not been completed during their shift. In this investigation, July 10th, you did not do that. And you also admit to that in your interview. And you didn't know why you didn't do that. The second violation is, again, 320, section 320.5.8, efficiency, subsection A, which is neglect of duty. 5 separate counts. 1 for your failure to respond to the scene of a reported auto theft, meaning the physical scene of an auto theft. Your failure to properly investigate the scene and thoroughly interview the victim. Count 3, your failure to follow up with the victim. Count 4, your failure to file any investigative report whatsoever on the day of the offense. And 5, your failure to inspect items provided to you identified by another law enforcement officer as evidence. 5 counts of neglect. The third violation is 320.5.8, efficiency, subsection C, like in Charles, which states in part, failure to complete and submit all reports on time in accordance with established department policies. Reports shall be accurate, truthful, and complete. 2 counts. This relates specifically to your failure to complete the original auto theft report until such time as it was already recovered 2 days later by another agency, as well as your failure to create a report relative to your loss of evidence at the time of discovery. 4th count, 320.5.8, sub D, like in David, stating in part, concealing, attempting to conceal, removing, or destroying defective or incompetent work. This relates directly to your disposal of evidence from this auto theft investigation, which you indicate you accidentally threw the bag containing evidence out. 5th allegation, 320.5.8, efficiency, subsection E, Edward, states in part, failure to process all property or evidence they receive in the performance of their duties. You were given a bag of evidence by another law enforcement officer, which was identified as evidence. It was never processed or logged into evidence. And lastly, 320.5.9, sub C, Charles, which states in part, giving false or misleading statements or misrepresenting or omitting material information to a supervisor in connection with any investigation. 2 counts. These allegations relate specifically to your assertion that you were too busy to properly investigate and file this report, and the false information you placed on the report relative to the victim's residence versus what you told the investigators during your recorded interview. After thorough review of the files, interviews of other members, and your response to the incident, I find the investigation is thorough, complete, fair, and contains sufficient evidence to substantiate the allegations. The charges are done in a progressive fashion, ending with the last 2, the one specifically relating to concealing, removing, or destroying evidence, the failure to log evidence, and the misleading statements, in which the recommendation is termination from the department. And I would also note for the record that when we look at your motivations, which are dubious at best, and your actions that you took versus your explanation for them, doesn't appear to be well-intentioned acts. Your years of experience, you've got many years of experience at the department here. This is not your first investigation processes. I think you even mentioned you were a CSI officer, someone who processed evidence in the past. So you have knowledge of all of these things. You worked in investigations for a while. In your past record, In 2020, you had a failed performance improvement contract that directly related to a very similar pattern of conduct. Failure to complete investigations, your failure to file reports, which ultimately led to some additional work by the department that was completed early this year and putting you back out on patrol. So that's 046. Do you have any questions, sir, about that investigation? Asking you, Justin.
I don't.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else, any other investigative steps that you think were omitted that are relevant to the investigation?
I've not had a chance to review this in detail, but
Okay,
otherwise, no, not unless we have a chance to go through that.
okay. And there'll be a couple of days here to review that before we meet again. And those aren't very long. And
I guess the one thing that does come to mind is comparison to prior discipline. And other officers have been disciplined under the same policies. Those are the one thing that I haven't seen yet.
Sure. Well, we don't do discipline based on comparisons. We do it based on
Inconsistency.
No, not inconsistency. Consistency in terms of the conduct, the level of experience, the explanation for the conduct. And we get into things where we talk about untruthfulness or misleading statements or destroying evidence. Those are terminable offenses. You're familiar with post-board requirements and things of that nature. And that it doesn't matter if that's the first time or the last time, right? So those are significant events in and of themselves that don't need comparables to be sustained. And I think as you go through in terms of the way the individual charges were decided, that it starts with reprimand and a series of suspensions leading up to the terminable offenses in this investigation. Okay. Good, or do you have another question?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right, I thought you were thinking. Okay. Okay, let's walk through 47. We did some additional work on that as well, just going back and re-interviewing the supervisors, going over the memos that they had supported on this particular instance, the West Fargo SRO, and the parents of the missing kids. So that's there, and that's that 47 supplement that you were handed. In regards to this investigation, the allegations are as follows. In violation of 320.5.1, again, this is laws, rules, and orders. Subsection A, Adam, which states in part violation of any policy, procedure, rule. We have 6 counts of this violation, specifically as follows. So these are policy violations. The missing persons policy 316, subsections D through G George. Policy 421, section 421.4, 3 counts. Again, this is prior to securing from duty, failure to communicating with the shift commander, advising them of any investigative report that has not been completed. Those 3 counts relate to your failure to do so on August 23rd, August 30th, and September 4th. It was identified through the course of the investigation directly relating to this complaint. In policy 1019, section 1019.12.1, this is a compensation policy and employee responsibility. 2 counts for your failure to properly file overtime slips on August 18th and September 18th as required by policy. Allegation number 2 is 320, section 320.5.8 efficiency, subsection A, Adam, neglect of duty, 3 counts. These 3 counts relate specifically to your failure to conduct a proper investigation of 2 critical missings. Now, 2, your decision to leave the scene and take another call in the midst of a priority critical missing investigation. Count 3, your 27-minute response time for this priority call, which included your decision to purchase a coffee at Caribou Coffee. Allegation number 3, 320.5.8 efficiency, subsection B void, which states in part unsatisfactory work performance, including inefficiency or delay in performing a work assignment. 2 counts. First count relates specifically to your failure to be properly prepared with missing persons reports at the start of your tour of duty. The second count relates to your failure to immediately respond to a call for assistance from a fellow officer who was with a trainee on October 3rd, 2021, at 12:25 hours during a traffic stop at 3175 25th Street South. This also came up during the course of the investigation. Allegation 4 is 320. I'll have to get the right subsection for you. Subsection C. Failure to complete and submit all reports on time and in accordance with the Department Department policies and procedures. Again, the report shall be accurate, truthful, and complete. 7 counts. This relates specifically to the 7 reports that you had not completed in a timely manner from August 23rd through September 4th, 2021. Allegation 5, 320.5.9, subsection E, Adam, stating in part failure to disclose or misrepresent any material facts during the course of any work-related investigation. This allegation relates specifically to your failure to disclose in your initial interview that you stopped for a coffee while en route to this priority assignment. I think in your interview you thought it was about a 4-minute time delay to get to this priority call. These were missing kids ages 8 and 10. In allegation number 6, 320.5.9, subsection C, Charles, stating in part again failure to participate in an investigation or giving false or misleading statements in connection with the investigation. Count 1 specifically relates to the false statement you made regarding contacting Sergeant Halverson from the parking lot of the school. That's not true. Count 2 relates to your statement that no one was able to bring you a missing persons report when you called out on the radio, when in fact you told them not to respond. Someone did offer to bring you one and you told them not to. After a thorough review of the investigative files, interviews of other members, and your response, again, I find the investigation is thorough, complete, and fair, and contains sufficient evidence to substantiate the allegations. Again, the recommendations end in termination of employment, again specifically related to the untruthful conduct and the misrepresenting material facts. That's where we sit with recommendations for this case. Do you have any questions for us, or is there anything else to do?
Go ahead. First, Chief, reference to the evidence, is it your belief that I intentionally disposed of those items of evidence?
My belief doesn't matter, but I think the actions and your responses could bring one to that conclusion. Okay.
Do you understand that those evidence items would not have been in my possession had I not requested them, that the deputy was not the one that brought them to my attention?
This is not the place to debate what's happened. I've read the file.
Okay. But I just, you asked me if I had questions, that's the question I had.
Sure. Yeah, so I won't debate that with you.
Okay. The other questions would be,
okay.
You know.
I would say that's not a relevant question.
Okay.
The West Fargo officer was not at the.
Yeah, he was. I think he's towards the other.
I mean, I haven't had a chance to read.
Sure. Would you like some time to review that and consult with him before we come back to this? Or?
It doesn't matter. I mean, if we have questions about it, you're going to get, it's not the place or time to debate it. So,
right. I think that's probably true. Unless there's a question that would be, you know, questioning motivations and all that, I don't think that's part of the discussion. I think here's what happened, here's the responses, here's what was and wasn't done, and we have to take appropriate action from there. People can draw their own conclusions. Any other questions, concerns, things that you want us to address? If there is, we're going to schedule a Friday afternoon meeting for the final decision. So that's your 48 hours to respond ahead of the meeting. If you have additional questions or follow-ups, so please do so before we have the meeting, so that we have ample time to address anything or do it if something else needs to be done. Any other requests on your part, sir?
No, I one probably won't be here for the things that I'm going to need. So I would like to look at the consistency issue, to offer input to you for your final decision too, so that information could be provided. We would appreciate it. If you don't want to, that's fine as well.
I don't know that there's a consistency piece. What kind of information would you like to look for?
Well,
I can tell you that untruthfulness has always been a criminal offense. So if you're looking for consistency, that would be it. Otherwise, it depends on years of service, the egregiousness of the conduct, all those other factors obviously play into it.
Prior discipline, all that, I understand that. And untruthfulness, of course, is lack of recollection is different than misleading, right? Or intentionally trying to deceive somebody. And the fact that Justin didn't recall something the same way that the investigation later showed doesn't mean that he was trying to mislead or be dishonest. So
I think people can draw their own conclusions. Yeah, and I think, again, without getting into that debate, obviously, if I didn't think it was sustainable, I wouldn't put it on there. Yeah, what's more than a belief? But again, that's a debatable item. You're right.
Certainly.
You're correct.
no, that's not.
Mark, if you would, I just want to make sure that, and it should be on the flash drive, but just to provide that I gave you a true written or printed copy there. 047 should have 9 pages.
And is there a copy on here?
Yes, there are. And then that 046 should have 2 pages. But yes, I did add it to the flash drive along with the recorded interviews and everything else that we did since the first predetermination hearing.
Thank you. Do we have Ptsd?
I went out there, look for option on it, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think, Justin, I'm happy to, set you up with Detective Ronnie from the Ptsd team and all of that as well.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I'm present. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, none of this is anything that anyone wants to find themselves in this position, either you or I, frankly. But obviously, the department has to take appropriate action on appropriate violations, the accountability piece, so. Okay, and obviously, just well, maybe I should, put that on the record. You are familiar that you have appeal rights through the Civil Service Commission.
The decision is not, the final decision has been made.
Right, that's true. We'll make a final decision, and yeah, that's true. But, yeah, good point. Okay. All right, then we'll conclude today, and we'll meet again Friday at what time? 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Are you good? Are you good Friday at 1?
I am not, and I will make sure somebody's available for Justin.
Okay. Okay. All right, thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Officer Noctillo, at various points, either December 1st or December 3rd, the chief concludes each presentation of the alleged violations with the statement, after full and fair investigation. At the initial predetermination meeting on November 29, did you have to ask that some supplemental investigation be conducted?
Yes, I did.
What did you ask for?
Well, I noticed that most of the relevant parties had not been spoken to, specifically the West Fargo SRO, who I interacted with at the school concerning the missing children, the parents of the missing children, any of the supervisors involved, including Sergeant Lick and Sergeant Halverson, Lieutenant Crane, and the owner of Bud's Service Center, who basically corroborated my reasonable belief that it was likely that the vehicle reported as stolen might in fact be have been towed.
Wouldn't you have expected that, just looking at the West Fargo police officer, the person who was first on the scene regarding the missing children, who was with you when the biological father and stepmother described what had happened, basically affirmed your view that this was likely a felony case and not a missing persons case. Did it surprise you that it didn't occur to the Fargo Police Department to interview that individual?
Yes.
We just heard the chief say that untruthfulness is a terminable offense. Did you hear that?
I did.
And in fact, in the December 3 termination memos, Exhibits S and T. Exhibit S is on 046, the stolen vehicle. And on page 3 of 3, the chief says, your unconscionable decision not to report the destruction of evidence, as well as your untruthful statement during the course of the investigation, is a grave disqualification from the police service. Did Chief Zabalski at any time tell you what your untruthful statement was in the course of the investigation of the stolen vehicle incident?
No, and to this day, I'm not sure what he was talking about.
Has anyone ever told you, Aberley or Licken or Halverson, has anyone ever told you what untruthful statement you made?
No.
And again, this issue of untruthfulness came up for the first time on December 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then looking at Exhibit T, the report, the final report on incident 21047, also dated December 3. On page 3 of 4, at the bottom, the chief says, your unconscionable decision-making throughout the course of this investigation caused unnecessary strain on other department members and resources while failing to adequately safeguard the health and safety of 2 Fargo children. Your untruthful statements during the course of this investigation are a grave disqualification from the police service. Has Chief Zabalski ever told you what untruthful statements you made during the course of the investigation of 047, the missing children?
I think he referenced in the video and I'll address each one of them, but that in my interview that I lied about there being an officer, and it was Officer Dane Jeldon specifically, that was available to bring me missing person forms. In my interview, like within the first minute, I explained that in detail, that I called on the radio. Officer Dane Jeldon was the only officer available in the city, but he said that he was on the way far north side of town, and that's his assigned area. And I did explain in the interview that I told him to just stay where he was, and I would figure something else out with the forms, because I didn't want him, being the only officer available in the whole city, to be tied up bringing me paperwork. Seemed more wise to keep him available, so that if there was an emergency call, he could respond. Later on in that same interview, I believe I do say made a comment like there was nobody to bring me any forms. If that's what he's referencing, I think it's pretty obvious. I didn't mean that to include Officer Jeldon. I meant anyone else other than Officer Jeldon, to include any of the supervisors that were working. So that allegation is false. And then in reference to me leaving the scene, listening to the interviews, it appears that they're alleging that I was at the incident where the parents lived at 1717 40th Street South, and then left that location to go to take the burglary call, and that's incorrect. And they can look at the GPS data for my squad car. I left the school and went to the burglary call. And then I was at the burglary call until I concluded my conversation with Lieutenant Crane, at which time I went to 1717 40th Street South and remained there until the children were found. The school itself was not a scene per se because there was no one involved other than the West Fargo SRO after I left there. The parents had returned home. So there was no reason for me to go back to the school, if that's what's being referenced. But I believe, based on the interviews that I've listened to, that they're under the assumption that I was at 1717 40th Street South and went to the burglary, and that is not true.
I guess one final question, Officer Nachitello. The commissioners might say to themselves, well, maybe the chief was a little bit excessive or went overboard or whatever, but it wasn't just the chief. His executive council and various other high-ranking officials recommended your termination, so are they all out to get you, or why do you think these subordinate officers recommended your termination? What's your comment on that?
I think when I had the discussion with Sergeant Halverson that evening after the missing person, if you look at his statement, it's what I would characterize as embellished and somewhat sensationalized as far as my reaction to his criticism. And I think when that landed on the desks of the upper command, I think at that point I drew the collective ire of the administration, and I think at that point it was a foregone conclusion that I was going to be terminated.
Thank you. And just for the record, we have offered into evidence an exhibit that includes a number of recognitions of Officer Nachitello in 2017 and 18 for his excellent work as a police officer, his service to the citizens of Fargo, many compliments on his work, and we hope you'll take that into consideration. So that concludes the presentation for Officer Nachitello. No, I'm sorry. It concludes Officer Nachitello's testimony. I believe that Foreign Officer Lovejoy is here. Where is he? Yes, he is. Sorry, I couldn't see that far back. So we would conclude Officer Nachitello and go on to Officer Lovejoy. Okay? Where do you want him to sit? Next to me? Or at the podium. Oh, at the podium? Sure. Would you state your name and address, please?
My address?
No, your name and address.
My name is Mike Lovejoy. I currently live in rural Cass County, North Dakota.
Thank you. Mr. Lovejoy, are you a former officer in the Fargo Police Department?
Yes, I am.
And when did you serve in the department?
I started with Fargo Police Department in late summer of 2001. I worked for about 9 to 10 months and resigned and went to Cass County Sheriff's Office for about 9 to 10 months, and then came back to the Fargo Police Department and worked from 2002 until this past November.
You resigned in early November of 2021?
Yes, sir.
So taking the two stints together, approximately how many years of active service in the department?
Cumulatively 20, but I retired with 19 years of service.
What were your what were your positions in the police department, officer?
I started off as a patrol officer, moved into the traffic safety unit, became a motorcycle officer, then became a truck regulatory officer for some time to help out, and went back to patrol for a time, and then ultimately ended up in investigations for 6 years, and finished out my tour at the police department on patrol for the last 2 years. In that time, I was a field training officer. I was a SWAT team member for 6 years. I held a number of various positions within patrol as well as investigations. That
Did you work with Officer Nachatello on a regular basis?
for most of my career, yes.
What was your opinion of Officer Nachatello's competence and professionalism as an officer?
My experiences with Officer Nachatello was that he was a hardworking individual. When I came off of traffic, I came off mid-year and was not allowed to bid my beat, so I was assigned to the one open beat, which was one of the busiest beats in town. Officer Nachatello was one of my beat partners, and prior to that time, Officer Nachatello and I had never really hung out, never really kind of had any real personal interactions. And to be honest with you, I had the opinion of Officer Nachatello that he was just not my type of person I would hang out with. I was pretty surprised at the time that as I was taking call after call after call, he would very continuously step in to back me up without any request. He would take reports for me. He had my back the whole time, and it changed my opinion very drastically of him, actually.
Mr. Lovejoy, there's been testimony already at this hearing before you arrived regarding Officer Nachatello's military service and later issues with post-traumatic stress disorder. Have you also had issues with PTSD?
Yes, I have.
And when did you first notice those issues?
I would say about 10 to 12 years ago, I started noticing changes in my behavior and changes in the way I was interacting with people at work as well as off duty.
Okay. If we go forward to 2020, at some point did you feel that the situation was deteriorating to a point where you needed some help?
Actually, it was prior to that. I had sought help through the village, had sought treatment to talk about cumulative trauma and stress and depression, and kind of had a negative interaction with them as I'd started going through treatment. The counselor had left for a better job, and I'd kind of learned that the village is kind of the starting point for a lot of counselors, and it's kind of entry-level positions, and they're not really equipped to handle heavy trauma. So I had kind of a negative interaction with them, but I kind of moved along and kept kind of slugging on throughout my career and trying to get through it, and ultimately, yeah, about year and a half ago, I sought out other avenues of treatment.
And what were those other avenues?
I was with a local psychiatrist in town.
Okay. At some point, had the police department asked you to be evaluated by, is it Jay Filippi?
Yes, sir.
Right. And is he a psychologist?
Yes, he's a psychologist that I sought out.
And when you described your condition to him and your symptoms, did he seem to feel, or does he appear to be dismissive of the idea that you might have post-traumatic stress disorder?
He was extremely dismissive. I had brought up some of the triggers that I had and some of the experiences that I'd had where the stress or episodes had occurred, and informed him that due to medical personnel that I had spoken to and other counselors that, you know, they had indicated that these were definitely signs of PTSD and that it's probable that I'm suffering from some level of it. Dr. Philippi was extremely dismissive of that and basically almost insinuated that I was lazy and that that was part of what was going on, and that sometimes he basically made the quote that sometimes you just have to pick yourself up by the bootstraps and move on. So he also went on to describe that describe himself and the fact that he wasn't happy with his job and that he you know, he was using it as a means to an end to get to the point where he could just work on his own private practice, and it kind of just it really disheartened me because I know he was treating other people in other areas, and the fact that he would discount his experiences like that really took his credibility away from me and took my sense of trust away from him. So,
Does the Fargo Police Department have a wellness section, wellness committee?
There's a wellness committee.
And does that wellness committee address mental health issues?
I think I don't know if it focuses on it specifically, but I think it focuses on a broad range of wellness from physical, financial, emotional, and mental health, yes.
At some point, did you suggest to the wellness committee or your superiors that an individual that a friend of yours was interested in working with the police department and focusing on mental health issues?
Yes, I did. I had a friend that had approached me that explained that he wanted to, that he had a strong background in trauma-based counseling, and that he felt a calling to try to work with police officers and first responders to try to work with them through their issues and problems.
Was that person ever contacted by the Fargo Police Department to question him about his qualifications or how he might help the department?
I was informed he was not.
Did the department ultimately hire a woman who had a dog, a therapy dog, to basically fill the position of mental health counselor for the police department?
I don't know if she was hired per se, but I know she was retained. At one point, she had, it was put out to officers that this person was going to be working with the police department in a mental health role. I recall she came to one training and introduced herself and a dog, excuse me, and her dog, and basically outlined her role for about 10 to 15 minutes during the training, and then I was never informed of how to get a hold of her, or there was never any postings or anything like that to make her availability known to us after that.
Do you recall her name?
I do not.
Did you, after her introducing herself, have conversations with supervisors asking about her and her availability, and did they know about her?
As time went on, I kind of continued to struggle with mental health, and I also saw other officers, including Officer Notchtile, struggling, and it kind of became concerning for me that I felt there was a lack of movement on the police department's part in addressing officers' mental health, and I wanted to kind of perform an experiment, and I asked 5 separate supervisors, ranging from lieutenants to sergeants, if they knew this person and how to get a hold of her. And 3 of the individuals knew that she existed. None of them knew her name. One of them knew the dog's name, but not one of them knew where she worked or how to get a hold of her. The purpose of asking that question was I asked it for a couple of reasons, because I wanted to know, number one, if they knew, number 2, if they knew how to get a hold of her, number 3, if they would follow up with me to let me know if, to let me know who that person was, and to see if they'd basically ask, what kind of problems were. I was concerned that police officers are type A personality people, and they're very closed off, and they don't like to admit that they're struggling or they're going through problems, because we have to be the problem solvers. It's hard to admit that you're struggling when you're working and helping people that are struggling every day. So I tried to figure out where would an officer go when they hit that point that they're finally going to take the plunge and ask for some help. And I figured a trusted supervisor would be the closest thing. And I was kind of disappointed that none of them knew how to get a hold of this person. And quite frankly, most of them didn't even know she existed. I followed up with each of those same supervisors about 3 months later. And not one of them had followed up. Not one of them had learned the person's name or how to get a hold of her. Nobody was able to provide me with that. Not a supervisor anyways.
Mr. Lovejoy, were you ultimately allowed to go outside the department's preferred mental health examiner, Dr. Filippi, and see a psychiatrist of your own choosing?
Yes, after I was, after I finally admitted to a supervisor that I was struggling and had some problems, I was told to go to Dr. Filippi. I was concerned with, his diagnosis or what he would say. I was concerned that he would force me to either seek treatment with him or a individual of his choosing. I raised some concerns to my deputy chief at the time that I did not want to see him any further than I had to, and I explained my previous interactions with him. And I was definitely allowed to seek my own treatment, which was a relief to me. However, I was forced to pay for it out of my own pocket.
And when you saw a medical doctor, a psychiatrist?
Yes.
And did that doctor diagnose you with PTSD?
Yes, she did.
Why did you resign from the department in November 2021?
Quite honestly, I felt that I'd kind of been used up. You know what I mean? My time as a police officer I didn't see myself, no matter what treatment I got or how far I had progressed and gotten better, I feel like that I was never going to be able to love the job again. I was never going to be able to really dive into it again and do it with all my heart. I love the job. I love being a cop. I love the Fargo Police Department. I really do. It's a family to me, and which makes this pretty hard right now because a good chunk of that family is completely disowned me because of my statements that I've made. I'm not guilty of anything more than filling out an exit interview, but I've been called a saboteur by administrators and other things. But it's only gone to reinforce the fact that I left because I see it the chances of it changing, the culture of that as far as mental health goes, the chances of it changing are very slim. I think that it's a buzzword right now. It's important right now, but once this dies off, I don't know if it's going to be pursued or not. I hope it is. I really do. I hope it does. I hope there's some major movement in that direction. However, I feel that due to past experiences with numerous officers and myself, I feel that the department basically ignores the fact that officers are struggling and ends up.
Mr. Lovejoy, I don't seem to have a copy of it with me, but I think the current shield of the Fargo Police Department has there's a circle, and the word wellness appears in that list of priorities. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you feel that mental health wellness is in fact a priority of the Fargo Police Department?
In my experience, when I worked there, I don't feel that mental health wellness was anywhere near being a priority. I believe physical fitness was. I believe we had leaders that pushed physical fitness and physical wellness. We had leaders that pushed financial wellness. We had leaders that really pushed community engagement. But the fact that no officers were really pushing mental health wellness, no leaders were really pushing mental health wellness was pretty disappointing to me. So, I don't know if things have changed since I left, but hasn't been that long. I hope things are, but I know up to that point it was not a priority.
Mr. Lovejoy, you were a Fargo Police Department officer for 19 years or thereabouts. Did you on occasion not have a missing persons report in your squad car?
The form,
Yeah.
I'm assuming you're talking about? There are numerous forms that I didn't have at times, either because I used them up or because I had, forgot to refill my bag, or there's a number of commonly used forms that it's very common for officers not to have in them. I would assume if you sampled the officers right now on the street, I would say a good number of them don't have certain necessary forms with them.
If, the staffing of the police department, perhaps very busy days in terms of the number of calls, aggravated by shortage of staff, does that sometimes impact the ability of officers to file timely reports?
I would say it definitely can. I mean, it ultimately falls upon the officer to get his reports done in a timely manner and to manage his time to do that. There are requirements to get reports done or make arrangements with supervisors to forego reports. As far as there was when I worked there, I don't know if things have changed, but ultimately falls on the officer. But definitely the call volume that we're facing right now, or that we were facing when I left, I'm sure it hasn't gotten any better, is vastly higher than it used to be, and I know numbers have dropped fairly drastically in the police department at this time as well. So it's only getting busier out there and harder to get things done.
I believe that you did write up a type of exit interview which you did not formally file, but you indicate that in the last year or so, there have been 30 retirements, resignations, or terminations in the police department. Is that correct? Or is that your recollection, about 30 in the last year?
That was a number that I was able to come up with. I'm assuming it's not perfectly accurate, but I know that was the number that I was able to come up with during my count. There was probably more.
Do you think that's at least in part attributable to the department's inattention to wellness issues?
I believe that call volume, workload, and wellness are the three major issues with that. It's hard to handle stress when it's hard to get away from it, when you don't have a lot of chance to decompress, or when you're coming to work and consistently humping 13, 14 calls a day, and a number of those require reports to be completed, which add another half hour to each call. The workload is extremely high right now. The department, through various acts throughout the years, has fallen drastically behind in the numbers needed for the streets, and I know the department's struggling with recruitment, just like every other department is out there right now. It's not a great time for police officers, or to recruit police officers right out there right now. But I think that we need to focus on retaining good officers and making sure that those officers are well cared for, and to make sure that they're mentally able to do that job.
So you think retention of the existing officers is an important ingredient in addition to recruiting new officers?
I think recruitment is necessary, but I think retention right now is far more important. When you have newer officers up to mid-range officers that are looking for jobs, I didn't want to retire. You know what I mean? I didn't want to retire early, I'm sorry. I wanted to retire with my full boat, and maybe figure out at that point whether or not I wanted to retire. Maybe do another year or two, or build my pension up a little bit. The problem was, I knew I was only gonna get worse. My mental ability, my work efficiency, all the different things that were affected by the stress that I was going through and the struggles that I was having weren't gonna get better. And I needed to make a decision for my own health to leave, so.
Do you think there are, Mr. Lovejoy, do you think there are occasions when the Fargo Police Department, in addressing mental health issues, wellness issues, chooses to pursue discipline as the remedy rather than treatment?
I absolutely do. I believe that is exactly what happens. Whether it's on purpose, malicious, or just because that's the way it's always been done. That's the way I've seen it happen. Like I said, police officers are type A people. They don't like to admit they have problems or that things are going wrong. But on the other side of that too, I also think it's difficult for superiors to approach people and ask that hard question. How are you doing? I mean, I could look at you right now and say, how are you doing? Are you struggling with something? How's life at home? Are you suicidal? Are you know what I mean? Those are really hard questions to ask somebody and really uncomfortable, especially sitting across from another officer. So I think too often the easier route is to document a shortcoming or document a failure or a mistake. And then once that person continues to keep making these mistakes, because, I mean, there's officers that make mistakes because they're bad officers, you know what I mean? Or they're doing something wrong or they're not learning from their mistakes. There's other officers that are making mistakes because they're struggling. I mean, they got more going on at home or in their head than anybody knows. And it's hard to focus on everything you're doing. And quite honestly, I believe there's a number of officers there. I think there's officers in this room that are struggling with that right now. But the department can't approach mental health in officers with discipline. We have to, we focus, the department focuses on their CIT program and touts it in social media and talks about it constantly, about how we're working hard to work with people in mental health crisis, but we're doing little and nothing for our own officers that are dealing with it. I agreed to speak here today because I want things to change in that department and in all departments. The department really needs to take a serious look at that. And we can't keep eating or chewing up officers and then just spitting them out when they're no good to us anymore. And I don't know if that's on purpose or if the department's trying to do that or if that's just kind of how the chips fell. But that's what's happened a number of times. I've seen it happen a number of times, and it's officers can be saved or officers can be moved to other positions or we can make accommodations from them. We're family. We can't do this to our brothers and sisters.
You mentioned officers can be moved to other positions, and so are you aware of situations in which the police department felt that an officer probably should not continue in the police department, but was transferred to another department, sanitation or some administrative function?
I guess I'm aware of 2 officers that have been moved to other positions within the department due to injury, due to physical injury. I guess it would be my desire that the department would look at PTSD, even though our state doesn't recognize PTSD as an actual thing. I think it would be extremely proactive for the city to maybe recognize it and take a step towards the fact that maybe this job isn't for somebody anymore. But you know what? We can't just give up on them and throw them out. Maybe there's something we can find in the city to help them or to keep them employed or to keep them, you know what I mean? So we're not throwing somebody out in the cold.
Are you aware of whether the police department or the city's human resources department indicated to Officer Nutchatillo that they would assist him in finding another position of employment in the city?
I guess I'm not aware of that happening, so.
Thank you, Mr. Lovejoy. Commissioners, I know you have the ability to ask questions of my client and witnesses, or certainly the chief, but Mr. Lovejoy would return to work, I think, unless you have questions for him.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That does conclude Officer Nachatello's presentation.
I don't know if the city might have questions of former Officer Lovejoy.
I do not, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you. Right now, we're at the appointing authority can present their witnesses. How are we doing for time today? What, should we be thinking we have another 45 minutes? Do we break for lunch? Will there be more? Will your presentation go longer into the afternoon, do you think, Nancy?
I think it will take longer than 45 minutes, but not all afternoon. So I don't know if we want to break for lunch before we get started, or if we want to continue. I'm flexible this afternoon, I believe the chief is, and the other officers. There are obviously things scheduled. I don't know what your schedules are.
Jill, do you have any comment on that, about your staff? And
we are just checking on availability of this room for the afternoon as well, to make sure we don't conflict with any other meetings. So we should have an answer on availability very shortly.
I'm inclined to, if everybody agrees, if it's another hour or so, or let's go an hour and see how you do, and then we can break if we need to for lunch and come back, and based on the room availability. Mr. Wilking, are you okay with that?
Yes, certainly.
Fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And just for point of clarification, I do not intend to, I didn't ask any questions of Officer Lovejoy. I will not be cross-examining Officer Nachatello. That is not provided for by the rules that are presented to civil service. So I want to make that clear, that I'm not offering my witnesses for cross-examination other than from the civil service commissioners. Thank you. I'm just going to start with a couple of questions in response to what we've just heard, and then get more back into the testimony that frankly I had prepared for with Chief Sobolski and others as to the reasons they made the decisions they did. First off, I'm going to ask Chief Sobolski, did Officer Lovejoy's testimony have any bearing on the decision that you made with respect to the employment of Officer Nachatello, the reason for being here today?
No.
Okay. Did most of the events, if not all of the events that Officer Lovejoy testified to happen prior to your tenure as the chief of police?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And is Officer Nachatello the only termination you have taken as action as the chief of police for the city of Fargo?
Yes.
Okay. So what is your title? Chief of police?
Chief of
correct?
police, yes.
Okay. And you are in fact the appointing authority responsible for the employment decisions.
Yes.
And the decision to terminate Officer Nachatello was your decision, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just briefly, was the missing children case an emergency, a priority one call?
Yes, it was.
Okay. What is a priority one call?
A priority one call generally is one in which there is a life safety concern. A missing 8 and 12-year-old are by policy and law critical missings, so they are a priority call. In fact, if the commissioner were to hear the dispatch call that came over, it was not one of calm, it was one of grave concern, where the stepmother got back to the apartment, found the door open, phones on the table, kids missing, no one knew where they were. This is a serious incident that should be responded to immediately. It is not a well, it's probably just a custody type of situation. And certainly until we know where those kids are, we don't know exactly what happened to them in any regard. And so it's very important that responding officers get there and start to determine facts, not assumptions, and then look to safeguard those kids as quickly as possible.
Thank you, thank you. We will come back a little bit to the facts on that as well, but I wanted to put that out there immediately. When did you commence your position with the City of Fargo?
October 5th of 2020.
Okay. Had Officer Nachtillo received discipline and/or guidance prior to your commencement of employment?
Yes, he had.
Okay. Was there in fact a complaint pending against Officer Nachtillo, internal investigation at that time for failure to satisfy performance improvement plan initiated by Sergeant Erickson on May 8th?
There was a performance improvement contract that shortly after I started, he failed, which led to the initiation of an internal investigation.
Okay. If I recall correctly, though, that complaint was actually initiated in September of 2020. Does that?
No, well, no, my recollection is we started the complaint after the failure of the performance improvement contract, which was after I started, early November.
I'm gonna verify that, but we'll come back to that. So did you meet with, we'll come back to that, but there was a complaint. So did you meet with Officer Nachtillo and others on November 2nd to discuss that pending complaint, the investigation, and statements by Officer Nachtillo of a condition which may be impacting his ability to perform his duties?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you discuss with him at that time a possible path forward?
Yes. And again, I think we all have great concern and compassion for people who have certain disabilities or other issues. And so as part of this internal investigation, it was evident, at least from Mr. Chatillo's statements, that this may have affected that particular investigation. So we sat down and had a discussion, first in terms of whether or not he wished to continue to be a law enforcement officer, because for my 37 years of experience, oftentimes people who are in this position can't recognize or don't recognize, similar to Mr. Lovejoy's decision, that maybe they are no longer capable of performing the position even though they would like to because of their condition. And discussed with him that we would in fact be sending him for a examination to ensure fitness, but that also he should consider, if he determines that, you know what, he no longer wants to be an officer but wants to stay with the department, that I would work with him in City Human Resources to identify a potential civilian position so that he could retain employment. That's contained in Exhibit 26.
And so that statement made by Mr. Lovejoy, Officer Lovejoy, was actually incorrect in that there has been situations in which other employment with the city may be an option.
I don't know what happened previously, but he certainly was afforded that opportunity, yes.
During your tenure. Thank
Correct.
you. So at that time, did Officer Nachtillo elect to undergo a fitness for duty evaluation?
It was not his election, and he did not seek it. Because of the statements made in the investigation, he was directed, per department policy, to attend a fitness for duty examination.
And what was the result of that evaluation?
The result found that he was not fit, and the attending examiner identified a treatment plan that, if successful, would potentially place him in a position to be reevaluated and returned to duty.
So was Officer Nachtillo then placed on unpaid leave until it was determined whether or not he would return with a fitness for duty approval?
He was placed initially on paid leave, and then they transitioned to unpaid leave after the evaluation, in which he was able to utilize his FMLA to continue receiving payroll.
Okay. Did he in fact complete the necessary steps and was eventually released to return to full duty without restrictions?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and you had received that information from his provider, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Was that the provider, so was there actually two providers, the one that identified no restrictions and one that returned him fitness for duty?
Right, there's a treatment plan to this, which was a different organization, and then there is the city provider who makes the evaluations about fitness for duty.
Did you then correspond with Officer Nachtillo on March 3rd, welcoming him back to the force, restored to full service?
Yes, I did.
And that was without any restrictions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and none was requested?
Correct.
Okay. Did you then close the complaint that was pending as unsustained and advise Officer Nachtillo of his performance expectations at that time?
I did. And that complaint is 2020-016, so just to correct the record, that had to have been started before my tenure.
Okay. I believe that was September. I'll look at the complaint. And then when he was returned to service, he was placed in parole. Is that correct?
The patrol division, yes.
Patrol division, okay. And patrol division is a lateral move. It's not a demotion. It's you make a decision where the officer is needed and best fits.
Correct.
Okay. Did Officer Nachtillo then continue on patrol days?
Yes, he did.
Okay. So now jumping to September of 2021, were you made aware of complaints made in September 2021 by officers, Officer Nachtillo's supervisors, Sergeant Mark Licken, and Sergeant Halverson and Lieutenant Crane?
Yes, I was informed by our sergeant in the Professional Accountability Unit that there was a couple of complaints being investigated.
Okay. Were those complaints then formalized and directed to the Professional Accountability Unit for investigation?
Yes.
Was that in the normal course?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then that was investigated by Sergeant Aberly, now Lieutenant Aberly, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you review all of the interviews, all of the evidence collected by Lieutenant Aberly and others pertaining to the two complaints identified as 046 and 047?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What conclusions did you draw from the investigations and subsequent interviews? So let's just take a step back rather than conclusions right away. Let's start with 46, stolen vehicle report handling. Was his performance unsatisfactory as to that stolen report vehicle handling?
Yes, it was.
Okay. In what respects?
Several. In essence, he really did no investigation whatsoever. He failed to respond to the scene of an auto theft, calling the victim by phone and essentially assigning the victim the responsibility of determining whether or not their car had been towed or stolen. That is not a proper police procedure. He failed to go to the scene to identify any potential evidence based on presumably his short phone call in which he assumed that it had somehow been towed.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes.
So Officer Nachtillo made the statement that the screwdriver would have been, that being able to start the car with the screwdriver would have been helpful at the time. Do you agree with that, or would that evidence have been determined had he gone to the scene?
Had he gone to the scene and actually interviewed the victim in depth, he would have probably found out that information the day of the report.
But in any event, it wasn't relevant. The vehicle was stolen, correct?
It was stolen.
Okay, okay. When did Officer Nachtillo make the report of the stolen vehicle?
The report of stolen vehicle did not occur until 3 days after the initial report. And so what happens in the failure to go there and investigate and interview the victim and identify that a crime had occurred, the car, the stolen vehicle, is not entered into the NCIC system, meaning that someone's out driving a stolen vehicle. This could be stopped by another officer unwittingly because the officer wouldn't know because it was not entered into the system. So creates grave danger to other officers who won't know about this. It also allows the perpetrator to go out and commit additional crimes, victimize other people in our community with impunity because they're driving a stolen car and no one knows it's stolen. So after being contacted by the Cass County Sheriff's deputy, because they recovered the vehicle in an open field and saw through our RMS system that Officer Nachitil had been sent a couple days earlier, but there was no report in the system, they contacted him and indicated that there was some evidence in the vehicle that the victim said was not theirs. And they arranged to meet, and that evidence was turned over to Officer Nachitil. He failed completely to even open the bag and realize what the contents were, and I think he even corroborated that today. The deputy said, look, I gave you a soda can and a pair of socks. A soda can obviously can contain evidence, fingerprints, and DNA, and so can a pair of socks. People sweat, and sweat is one of the best DNA pieces of evidence that you can obtain.
Did Officer Nachitil understand and recognize the importance of that evidence and the possibility to secure the DNA?
As a trained crime scene investigator, he absolutely should have, and someone who worked in investigations for a significant period of time.
Okay. So that evidence was in fact important to the investigation?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Was there at some time in the future that Officer Nachitil did report his mistake in failing to secure the evidence in a proper manner?
He, approximately a month later, reported the fact that the evidence had been discarded.
Okay. Did Officer Nachitil, to your recollection, at some time attempt to have the file closed as inactive? Or, and if you want to refer me to another sergeant, I think
Sure.
that's-
And sure. I think to your question is, there's some testimony about this being accidental and not intentional. And I think looking at the facts of the case, you heard from Sergeant Erickson in depth. Not only was this report not filed in terms of the auto theft until the day after it was recovered, at that time, the fact that the evidence had been discarded intentionally or accidentally was not reported either. In fact, the report was sent to his sergeant indicating that the case should be inactive, there's no more work to do. And only after this was identified by investigative sergeant, Sergeant Erickson will talk about this, were some follow-ups sent in terms of where is the evidence, and it was finally discovered that we didn't have the evidence. He filed a report mid-August indicating that he discarded it, he claims accidentally, but the fact that he failed to report it, and in his interview, the answer to that question is he just simply thought, well, there's nothing anyone can do, it's gone, so why report it? I think is indicative of culpability and intentionality, not accidental conduct. And so had that sergeant in investigations not caught this and pushed back on that particular issue, and the reason he was following up, this case was tied to over 20 other stolen autos. We would have never known that. So I think the facts strongly indicate intentional acts of covering up incompetence and failure to inventory and secure evidence rather than accidental conduct, but also that the commission can make that decision.
But you had reviewed all of the investigative materials and all of the follow-up and concluded that Officer Nachitil had been not forthcoming, had not provided necessary evidence, and in fact had taken actions to cover up or otherwise make his actions not known. Is that correct?
Yes, and in relation to the misleading and misrepresented false statements, as indicated, and I think you saw in the recording, the allegation relates specifically to his assertion that he was too busy to properly investigate and file a report after the recovery of the auto on July 12th. That report wasn't started till the next day. You'll hear from Lieutenant Aberly that he was not too busy and he had more than sufficient time to complete that. He just chose not to.
Okay. Let's now turn to the missing children complaint again, and we did visit a little bit about that because I highlighted the emergency status. So is it your opinion also that his performance was unsatisfactory in response to that missing children complaint?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk first a little bit about the form that is required. This form is required on all missing persons reports, right?
Yes, and most specifically critical missing, which the age of these children makes them a critical missing. So by policy and law, they're supposed to be entered into the system immediately. They're supposed to be also be on the lookout type of alerts put out through dispatch until these kids are located, and a number of things in our policy and in North Dakota Century Code that require this to be done with children of this age.
And in fact, the statute says immediately, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, that report was never filed with NCIC. Is that correct?
After the many hours, I believe it was about 6 hours before we actually made that contact with those kids during that whole time frame, nothing was entered into the system, and at that juncture, phone contact was made.
Okay. So looking at the 6 hours, during that 6 hours of time, nobody knew for certain where those children were. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And even the parents, as you indicated, you've listened to the dispatch tape, they were frantic when they discovered the children missing from the apartment, correct?
Yes. The dispatch call was, again, one that it's one of those calls that gives you goosebumps hearing it because just the way it was put out. Certainly not a situation that you should not have a great sense of urgency about.
Okay. Is Officer Nechtilo's statement that the West Fargo SRO was primary or on-site so that it lessened the priority call, is that correct?
That actually has nothing to do with the situation whatsoever. The West Fargo officer is an SRO, and I think as most people are aware, we have some schools that are West Fargo district, but in the city, and the missing kids are missing from the city of Fargo, which means the investigation is solely ours. The West Fargo officer merely has ancillary information in terms of what the parents told them at the school. The scene is the apartment and the immediate area around.
So Officer Nechtilo was primary on this investigation?
Yes, he was.
Priority one call. Okay. So there's been a little discussion of him either waving off the form because somebody was too far away or, so as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong because I'm summarizing the testimony, he did leave either the school or the apartment to respond to a garage theft call. While the primary call was still active. Is that correct from your recollection?
He left the scene of a critical missing to go to a burglary of, I believe, a garage.
About how far was the West Acres substation from the location of either the apartment or the school?
Not actually very far at all, matter of blocks.
Okay. So he could have gone to the West Acres substation rather than the garage call that was on his beat.
Yes.
And we don't know exactly how far away the garage was. Or do you?
I don't.
Okay. But about a half mile is where he could have retrieved the form himself had he stayed on the priority one call.
Right.
Okay. And he never completed the form, even though the children's whereabouts were unknown for 6 hours.
Correct.
Okay. Did Officer Nechitilo have an opportunity to respond in writing to all of the meetings that you had with him and his counsel and laid out the charges that were presented against him in the complaint?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did you find any of Officer Nachtilo's explanations or reasons for his performance deficiencies persuasive?
No, I did not.
And you did determine then that termination was the proper course of action for the complaints brought against Officer Nachtilo?
Yes.
Were there numerous serious policy violations?
Yes, there were.
And you did determine that Officer Nachtilo was either not truthful or did not provide critical information during his investigation, during your investigation and about his role and responsibilities, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think Officer Nachtilo's conduct is problematic in regards to his ability to provide future testimony in a court of law?
His conduct in both of these cases absolutely will negate his ability to testify in court. His untruthfulness, and just to highlight the whole form issue, I think we heard a slightly different version here today. If you look on page 9 of the 047, he specifically was asked if there was any reason he didn't ask a specific officer or supervisor to bring him the missing persons report. And for starters, it's his responsibility to have it. He was at the station when he got this call. He should have thought about that if he didn't have it, but he didn't do that, but he did stop for a coffee. And he says, well, I assume they heard it on the radio and they couldn't get me one. He stated he thought it was because he believed he made himself clear on the radio and just assumed they had other stuff going on. He also stated everyone was real busy, so they could not get him one, so he had to make do. You'll hear from Sergeant Aberly that, in fact, we had available squads at this time, and you'll also hear from Sergeant Aberly that in listening to the dispatch tape, he actually was offered that opportunity by another officer, I think he did say that today, and decided not to take him up on that. Instead, though, he decided to move on to another call and leave this in the balance.
Do you think the protection of the public is at risk if Officer Nachtilo continues to serve as an officer?
I think Officer Nachtilo is, as a person, a good individual, but I do have grave concerns about him performing the functions of a law enforcement officer in our community. I believe that the community would have the same expectation, and his conduct in terms of what could easily be construed as intentional destruction of evidence and untruthful conduct make him unable to perform as an officer, unable to testify in court and meet his job description requirements. And so, yes, I don't see that there's any way that he could possibly function as an officer in our community.
Okay. One final question, actually. Did Officer Nachtilo's earlier fitness for duty evaluation and return to work without restrictions have any bearing on your decision to terminate Officer Nachtilo because of his unacceptable performance and conduct identified in complaints 46 and 47?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions of Chief Slabowski at this time. I do have several other officers, and you can see behind me that I do have a few questions that I would like to pose to. If we want to take a short break or continue right on.
Okay, let's continue.
Okay. So I would ask Sergeant Aberly to, I'm going to change that. I am going to go with Captain Vinson. Sorry, I said you second, Captain Vinson to the podium, if I could, please. Thank you. Could you please introduce yourself, your position, and how long you've been with the Fargo Police Department?
Good morning. Thank you for your time. My name is George Vinson. I am a captain with the Fargo Police Department, currently assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division. At the time of these incidents, was assigned to the Professional Standards Division. Within that division, there are a number of units, namely the Professional Accountability Unit, or some might refer to as Internal Affairs.
Okay. How long have you been with the Fargo Police Department?
I've been with the Fargo Police Department for 18 years.
Thank you. When were you promoted to captain?
I was promoted to captain in, I believe it was July of last year.
Congratulations. What is your role when a formal complaint is made with the Professional Accountability Office?
When initial complaint is made to the Professional Accountability Unit, the complaint is vetted to ensure that the complaint is filed by an identified person. In this case, the complaint was internal. And so a determination is made as to whether or not this complaint will be formal or informal. And that is done by consultation between the Professional Standards Division captain, which was me at that time, and the assistant chief. The complaint was determined to be formal and assigned to then Sergeant Aberly to investigate.
Okay. So that investigation is undertaken by Sergeant Aberly, now Lieutenant Aberly. Did you have a role in the investigations for complaints 046 and 047?
Yes, I did. As Lieutenant Aberly's direct supervisor, I was charged with ensuring that the complaint investigation was fair and complete and thorough. And I did also have the opportunity to participate in a number of interviews along the way.
Okay. I'll come back to one of the interviews and ask you a question about that. But what was your impression of Officer Nachtilo's performance as it relates to complaint number 46 regarding the stolen vehicle report and the destruction of evidence?
My impression of that work performance was significantly insufficient in terms of investigating a crime reported by our community.
Did you determine his performance was unsatisfactory in that regard?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What was your impression and conclusions with respect to Officer Nachtilo's performance as it relates to complaint 21047, the report of the missing high-risk children?
Anytime I think that a member of our community reports their children missing, they have a certain expectation and response from their police department. And in this case, our response was inappropriate, not sufficient, and not taking this seriously, in my opinion.
Okay. Did you then, as a member of the executive staff, consider all of the evidence and testimony? And did the executive staff, yourself included, then make a recommendation to terminate Officer Nachtilo's employment with the City of Fargo?
Yes.
Okay, and why did you make that recommendation?
Based on the investigation that Lieutenant Aberly completed, again, I found that investigation to be complete and fair. At that time, we presented both of those files to the executive staff for the purpose of making a recommendation to the Chief of Police. We did that on November 3rd. A discussion between the executive staff members, which are the other division commanders and the assistant chief, ensued. We found several shortcomings with regard to the actions in these two cases by Officer Nachtilo, and as a result of the significance of these policy violations, and in one case, a state law violation, North Dakota Century Code 126803, not immediately entering a high-risk missing person into NCIC as grounds for termination of employment.
Did you find in your conclusions that Officer Nachtilo's continued employment may pose a harm to the community?
Yes, specifically with regard to both of these investigations, as I alluded to earlier, the public has a certain expectation of when their car is stolen, that the police investigate that. And when we do not follow through with that basic expectation, we damage the public trust, which is something that the executive staff spoke at length a great deal about, that the actions in both of these internal investigations was a very high damage to the public trust, which we work so hard to secure.
Okay. So going back to the investigation part that you did participate in, you in fact did interview the parents, father and stepmother of the missing children at the request of Officer Nachatilo for further investigation, or just as a matter of course?
As a request of Officer Nachatilo, yes.
Okay, and so you did engage in that investigation, further investigation. Were the parents concerned for the children when they were reported missing?
Yes, it was my impression after speaking to the father and the stepmother that they were very concerned about the whereabouts of their children.
Yeah. Did they tell you they were never certain that the children were in fact with the biological mother?
Yes, they were not certain. In fact, the stepmother recalled that morning as bringing the father to work, returning to the apartment with the intent to bring her children to school. When she arrived back at the apartment door was open and their cell phones were still inside the apartment, which was very concerning to her because she felt as though she had no idea who might have taken them, where they might have went. And so eventually she asked for the assistance of the police department.
Okay. After further consideration of all of the evidence that has been presented here today and testimony and just responses, is it still your position that termination is the proper action for recommendation?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I have no further questions of Captain Vinson. Keep going? All right. Okay. I would ask Lieutenant Shane Aberly to come to the podium. Good morning.
Morning.
Still morning, just about. Okay, so if you could please introduce yourself, your role with the police department, and how long have you been a member of the Fargo Police Department?
Shane Aberly, excuse me, I'm the lieutenant of the Professional Accountability Unit. I have been employed with the police department since May of 2002.
So you're coming up on 20 years.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations. What is the purpose of the Professional Accountability Unit?
So the purpose of our unit is we investigate any formal, sometimes informal complaints, inquiries that may come in either from citizens or from internal as well. So we conduct those investigations, track our uses of force, track any pursuits, and any other type of potential civil litigation. We investigate those to the best that we can and also monitor those. Part of that, my responsibility is keeping at this point was Captain Vinson, now Deputy Chief Anderson, apprised of what's going on and any active investigations that we may have and the status of them.
Okay, so you did receive a complaint regarding Officer Nachatilo's performance regarding a stolen vehicle and a missing children case in early September 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
Based off of that, receiving that information, as Captain Vincent spoke of, that information is vetted it was decided that both of those would become formal complaints. Once a formal complaint is done, I initiate a memo with the suspected officer or the officer facing the allegations that notifies them that they are currently being investigated, what the alleged possible policy violation may be or is, and typically we'll schedule a time and date for an interview to get their statement regarding the allegations.
Okay. So did you have discussions with Nachatilo, Officer Nachatilo, contemporaneous to or close in proximity time to the complaints having been made?
Yes.
Okay. And did you visit with him about his conversations with Sergeant Halverson and Sergeant Licken regarding those complaints?
Yes.
Okay. Did both Sergeant Halverson and Sergeant Licken provide you with written reports of their concerns and interactions with Officer Nachtilo's performance as it relates to these complaints?
Yes, they did. Typically, our complaint process, when a form is filled out or when a complaint is alleged, we will have supervisors do a preliminary investigation into those allegations to make sure that there isn't a misunderstanding or that there isn't some other information that we need to consider prior to going forward with a formal investigation. Those supervisors did do that in this case. They provided that documentation to me in memo form with the complaint form.
And when you undertake these interviews, do you advise the person that you're interviewing that their statements must be truthful and forthright and disclose the information necessary for your complaint investigation?
Yes, there is a form that was created several years ago that explains their obligation to be truthful. It outlines our policy, which states why they have to be truthful. I read that to them verbatim. As if you see any of them, I always tell them it's not that I don't think they can read, it's that I want to make sure that they understand and that there isn't any misunderstandings between us. So I read that portion to them. That again, they ask if they have any questions, they initial it. Then there's a second page to that involving them, or excuse me, advising them of their Garrity rights, which means I can't take any criminal information obtained from that interview and share it with the prosecutor because we've told them if they don't talk to us, we could potentially fire them. So same thing, I read that to them, I have them initial it, and then I have them sign it if they do not have any questions. We do that for every internal investigation.
And you do have a signed document from Officer Nachtilo in this investigation? Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. So tell me a little bit, tell the Civil Service Commissioners about the incident regarding the missing children. Do you believe that Officer Nachtilo knew of the requirement that the NCIC report must be filed immediately?
Yes, I believe he did. If he wouldn't have been aware of it, I don't think there would have been any reason for him to ask people over the radio to get the form. Obviously, that would tell me that he knew he needed to have that form.
Okay. Did your investigation disclose several policy violations with respect to Officer Nachtilo's conduct and performance?
Are we speaking about 47?
47.
Just the missing children?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yes. In particular, that one, that policy with the missing children, basically, if you read our policy, it mirrors state law, and it breaks down step by step what you need to do. It tells you you need the paperwork. If they're under this age, you have this amount of time to get it into NCIC. You have this amount of time to do a BOLO. You need to notify your supervisor. It literally walks you from beginning to end and how to handle that call. I have, as I asked Officer Nachtilo in his, at that time, 17 or 18 years, if he had ever handled missing persons calls and high-risk missing person calls, and he stated yes to both.
Okay. Can you tell us what a BOLO is, please?
Sure. The chief alluded to it earlier, but a BOLO is a be on the lookout. What that is the officer should obtain a brief description, last known whereabouts, any place that they may go, and we could send that out via our computer terminal to any agency. So Fargo PD, West Fargo PD, Moorhead, both the counties, NDSU, anybody that's within our metro area and uses our dispatch software would get that information sent out based off of that be on the lookout.
But the BOLO does not replace the necessity of filing the NCIS or IC form.
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything else about the complaint 047 that you feel you want to share? You've been listening to the testimony. Is there anything in your investigation that would be not consistent with the testimony you've heard today?
There are some discrepancies, one being that Officer Nachtillo claimed that he called his sergeant immediately from the school. The GPS shows that he was actually at the apartment at that time. However, even if he was at the school, 20 minutes elapses from the time that he clears the call until he actually contacts or attempts to contact Sergeant Halverson. So that's at about 10:40, and at 11:09, he tries to contact Sergeant Halverson on Sergeant Halverson's desk phone. Sergeant Halverson does not answer that phone as he's not at his desk, presumably. He waits another 23 minutes, he being Officer Nachtillo, and then contacts Sergeant Halverson via cell phone. Now, through our work cell phones, we have all of each other's cell phone numbers, desk numbers, emails, positions, everything in there. So it's not as though he didn't know the number and had to research it. It's right there. You type in somebody's name, and it has all of their contact information. So he was already at the scene of the burglaries by the time he actually spoke with Sergeant Halverson. So his definition saying that he immediately contacted him, which is within policy that you are to do that, is not correct. The GPS shows that he was at the scene of the burglary prior to him doing that. When I interviewed him, I asked him if you weren't sure or if he knew what to do. He said he wasn't sure on what he needed to do in this case. So I asked him why would he wait that long to contact his supervisor if he doesn't know what to do? And the answer was something, well, he didn't want to contact him when he was driving. It doesn't make sense to me that you would leave a call with 2 missing children if you don't know what to do or if you need to do more to then go take a burglary on your beat. That doesn't make sense to me. That burglary was not in progress. It had happened overnight. There was no active suspect there that they knew of. However, we still didn't know where these missing kids were. That didn't make sense to me. I don't know why he would do that.
So just going back, so in your opinion, his statement that he didn't know what to do is not correct, is that? You knew he needed the form, you knew that he knew he needed a form. Boy, that's complicated, sorry. So really, he did know what to do and should have followed that policy, is that correct?
Correct. At the very least, he knew he needed that form.
Okay. And the call-out time was not accurate from the testimony, is that correct? The call-out to Sergeant Halverson for more information?
Right. He stated it was immediate, and it was at least 20, if not 30 minutes after he had already cleared the call and had accepted the call to the burglary.
And Officer Nachtillo was no longer at the scene, either the school or the apartment at that time, correct?
When he spoke with Sergeant Halverson, correct. He was already at the scene of the burglary.
Okay.
Sergeant Halverson even tells Officer Nachtillo he needs to go back and make this his top priority. Officer Nachtillo says, well, I have to leave this burglary. Sergeant Halverson had no idea that he had went to this burglary.
Okay. Did you feel that Officer Nachtillo was truthful or forthcoming in your investigation in his role in the missing children?
I do not.
Case? Okay. So let's turn to complaint 046. Can you tell us how that came into being? Who made that complaint? How did it come to your attention?
046, I believe, was by Sergeant Licken that had brought attention to a discrepancy that had happened with a stolen vehicle and some evidence that then Investigation Sergeant Joel Erickson had uncovered.
Okay, so how was the fact that the report was made late discovered? Is that through Sergeant Erickson? Is that correct?
Correct, and he could speak better to this as he's here, but a detective noted that there should have been evidence with this case. There was not. He noted how long it had taken the vehicle to actually be reported stolen, the report to be done. He correctly notified his supervisor, Sergeant Erickson, who in turn notified Officer Nachatilo's supervisor, Sergeant Licken, and at that point, Sergeant Licken spoke with Officer Nachatilo regarding the discrepancy and what had happened.
Okay. This is several months after that stolen vehicle has been recovered, is that correct?
Correct.
That this comes to your attention of the violation of the policy?
Correct. It would have been approximately 2 months.
Okay. And you did a full, fair, complete, pretty exhaustive investigation regarding the conduct that gave rise to complaint 046, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that investigation and supplements are included in materials that was provided to Officer Nachatilo and his counsel at the time?
Yes.
And Officer Nachatilo had an opportunity to respond to that investigation?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And you again interviewed Officer Nachatilo with respect to that complaint?
Yes.
Okay. Did you then determine several policy violations as a result of Officer Nachatilo's conduct in that complaint?
Yes.
And what were those policy violations?
There were several, as Chief Zabolski discussed. So first of being, he didn't, on the 10th of July, which was the day that the victim initially called, he did not go to the scene. He did very little, if any, investigation into actually what happened. He put the onus on the victim to do their own investigation and to call him back, which is not correct. The vehicle was recovered 2 days later by the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff's Department, the deputy contacted Officer Nachatilo, seeing that he had been dispatched to that call, still had not been reported stolen. They exchange evidence at a gas station in town. Officer Nachatilo puts the evidence in his car by his own admission, and then at some point destroys that evidence. Whether that was intentional or not is unknown. However, that was July 12th. So he has the evidence that he knows he needs to do, and that's thrown away, disposed of on the 12th, presumably. On the 13th, he does the report. So at this time when he does the report for an incident that occurred 3 days ago, he would have known that he has now destroyed this evidence. Again, whether intentional or unintentional, I can't say, even if it was unintentional. He takes until, so this is July 13th, he does not report his destruction of the evidence until August 18th. And by reporting, that's loose. He reports it in a supplemental report stating that I had evidence, I mistakenly disposed of it, please file this case inactive. So by filing the case inactive, he's saying that there's no more investigation that needs to be done, which is not true. He tried to take DNA evidence, but he disposed of it. Never once did he report to a supervisor that he had in fact mistakenly or intentionally disposed of this evidence. It would not be good, certainly. However, he could have walked to his supervisor the next day and been like, I'm sorry, I accidentally threw this away, I went back, I tried to retrace my steps, I'm not going to be able to take DNA on this. Mistakes happen. The fact that he, for over 30 days, withheld that and then tried to essentially sneak the supplement past saying to file inactive shows that it was intentional in his deception of trying to withhold that information and keep supervisory staff from seeing it.
Okay, so you do not make a recommendation from the investigative findings as to the outcome on the employment matter, do you?
Correct. I'm just the fact finder.
Okay, thank you. Just so the Chief is pointing out one question that I meant to ask you too. One of the responses that Officer Nachatilo states that he did not complete the report on July 10th when the vehicle was stolen was that he was too busy to do that. And Did you look into Officer Neshtilo's calls for service and numbers of reports that needed to be made on the day of the report?
Yes, and that was actually July 12th. That was the day that he was notified that the Sheriff's Department had recovered it. That day, Officer Nashitilo took 6 calls for service, 2 of which were reports, one being this case, which obviously involves putting in victim information and is more of a significant report. The second report was someone that he and another officer had arrested on a warrant. That consists of filling out one piece of paper on the computer that's done at the jail, and that's it. There's no more follow-up or anything that's done on that. Those were the only calls he took. He took his last call that day at 12:51. His shift goes from 6 a.m. until 4 p.m. He cleared that last call at approximately 2:36, so leaving him almost 90 minutes at the end of his day to complete the stolen vehicle report. That report, especially having it already been recovered, I haven't done one in a long time, and I bet I could knock one out in a half an hour. An officer with his experience that continues to work patrol, has for a long time, could probably do it in 10.
But he was making the report on the day the vehicle was discovered and not the day that the call came in, is that correct?
Correct. This was 2 days later. He still hadn't done the report, and then he didn't do it until the 13th, which is the next day,
Okay.
the day after it had been recovered.
But pursuant to policy, that report should have been made when the call for the vehicle having been stolen
Yes,
came in.
should have been made on July 10th.
So there's a policy violation.
I'm sorry?
So that was a policy violation?
Yes.
Okay. So you've been listening to Officer Nechtilo's testimony. I'll ask you again with respect to complaint 046. Is there anything that has been stated today, other than the inconsistency of how busy he was to be able to complete those reports, inconsistent with your evidentiary findings?
Obviously, the evidence that we discussed in that intentional with or not reporting that. The third thing is he claimed that the victim did not reside at the residence where the crime occurred. He testified he told him being the victim, that he would have to contact the victim's friend, who was a resident there, according to Officer Nochetilo, to then get a hold of the management company to see if that car had in fact been towed. So he comes out and states that this victim does not live at that residence. However, in his report, he lists the victim as residing at that residence. And I spoke with the victim, and he confirmed that he did in fact reside at that residence, at the location where the crime occurred. So again, that was information. He told me that the victim did not live there, however, reported in the police report that he does live there.
Okay. And that information would have been correct had Officer Nechitilo gone out to the stolen vehicle incident and written a report contemporaneous?
Of course, I can't say 100%, but I believe it would be a lot more likely had he went on scene, the scene of that crime, and spoken with him there.
But Officer Nechitilo did not go to the scene of the accident, or scene of the stolen vehicle. He did not interview the victim on site, is that correct?
Correct.
And that in itself was a policy violation?
Yes, that's neglecting to do our duty.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. I do have a couple of other witnesses. We're cruising through and they're short. Should I keep on going? Okay, got it. Okay. I would like to ask Lieutenant Jared Crane to present at the podium. Oh, thank you. Just slide it over. Yeah, thank you. Now it's afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Please introduce yourself and your position and years of service with the Fargo Police Department, please.
I'm Lieutenant Jared Crane. I'm currently assigned to the Criminal Investigations Unit, overseeing the detectives and sergeants for personal property and crimes against children. At the time of my involvement with this situation with Officer Nocitello, I was assigned to the Patrol Division, Neighborhood Services Division, as the day shift commander lieutenant.
Okay. How long have you been with the police department?
A little over 19 years.
Were you a supervisor to Sergeant Licken and Sergeant Halverson, who were Officer Nocitello's direct supervisors
Yes,
at the time of the incidents of these complaints?
yes,
Okay. Were you involved in the events that took place pertaining to complaint 47, which is the missing children complaint?
yes.
Okay. Did you eventually confirm by FaceTime with the biological mother that the children were in her care and were safe?
I did. That was later on in the afternoon, yes.
How much later in the afternoon?
This incident started up that morning. This was, I want to say, about 2:45 in the afternoon of the same day.
Okay. To your knowledge, was the NCIC form completed during that time and submitted for registration?
No, it was not. There's been a lot of discussion today about this form, and I think it's important to point out that this is not the criminal case report. That's separate. This is a form for specifically the missing people to be entered into NCIC. That's the purpose of this form. We have a policy that Lieutenant Aberle had talked about earlier that's very clear and laid out. It's more or less a template on how to conduct one of these investigations. Every officer is issued a department cell phone, and on that cell phone is an app that has our policy manual. It's very easy to use, and it's a great reference. Takes moments to look something up if you're not sure of how to procedurally go forward with something. There's tools available to officers to do that. So when I directed Officer Nocitello to begin some of these investigative procedures earlier that morning, one of those was to get the report done, get people entered, but also the canvas and the surveillance and things like that. I also expressed to him that this was developing into a situation that I felt might meet the criteria for an Amber Alert. Those are rare. We don't do those very often. I can believe, if I remember correctly, I think I've been a part of one in 19 years of my employment. Because you have to meet strict criteria for those to go out. I told him that this might fit into that. One of the things I based that on was I was told that Officer Nocitello had in hand court documents that deemed the mother of the biological mother of the children to be unfit by the court and therefore not legally able to have the kids. That's a big factor in decision making and how we go forward with something. That being said, this is also very recognizable as a high-risk missing person case because we had 2 kids under the age of 13. By statute and policy, that makes it a high risk. All these things together caused me some concern and some urgency. At that point, I went to my deputy chief at that time to get him involved as well and to let him know what was being done and what our plan was going forward.
Okay. Did you believe that Officer Nocitello's performance during that incident was acceptable?
No. There was clearly some shortcomings that day. I had checked that run in our computer system after my interaction with the sergeants and Officer Nocitello that morning. throughout the day, looked at the run, I saw that there was listed a bunch of apartment numbers, which told me basically that the canvas had been done, that I requested. So that on the surface looked like things were rolling along and getting done. As I had mentioned before, it was a busy day, there was things going on. So my attention was put in different places throughout the day. When I was told by Sergeant Halverson later that afternoon that the kids had been located with their mother and that the mother had been contacted by Officer Nachitello, my first question was our mission, which is confirming these kids are okay. That's the whole point of all this is the kids. That's what we got to focus on in this case. And I was told that there were no confirmation. I said, well, there was a photograph taken of, with the date and time stamped to where we can confirm these kids are okay. No. Were the kids talked to? No. At that point, I grew frustrated with the situation, and I called up Mom on my cell phone with FaceTime. I used FaceTime so I could see with my own eyes that these kids were with Mom, that they're okay. Mom answered. I saw the kids in the car, talked to them. They were smiling and happy, and confirmed that they were okay. I also, prior to that phone call, just moments prior to that, I was able to read the court documents or copies of those court documents that were initially told that they deemed Mom to be unfit. That is not what those documents were. Those documents were basically a civil order breaking down medical responsibilities for payments and child it had to do, basically to do with who's paying what. It was child support issues and things like that. It had nothing to do, and there was not one word in that document that I can remember reading saying that the mother by law was unfit to have the kids. So at that point I recognized this as a civil issue, and all I had to do was still make sure that those kids were okay. Once they were, our involvement was done. Anything beyond that would be taken up in the civil court.
Can I just interrupt you quickly? So Officer Nachitilo's impression that all was assumed to be okay because the children were with their mother was actually contrary to his understanding of the court documents that the mother was unfit. Is that a fair characterization?
Yeah, and based on, what I was told that morning, that's what these court documents were about, that they were handed to the officer by the biological father saying these court documents show that the mother is unfit and cannot have these kids. So yes.
So by all accounts, this is a high-risk emergency priority 1 situation and should be handled as such.
Yes, that morning I was considering starting an Amber Alert, yeah.
And is it your understanding and impression that Officer Nachitilo did not handle this priority 1 call in an appropriate manner?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. So did you discuss these concerns with Officer Nachitilo on the day that this happened?
As far as discussion with Officer Nachitilo that day, I didn't have much discussion towards the end of the day with him. I discussed it more with the supervisors. And I believe Officer Nachitello and I spoke the following day or a day later. I think we had another meeting where I followed up with him.
Okay. And did you review the memos that were prepared by Sergeant Halverson and Sergeant Licken?
I did.
Okay. And did you recommend further investigation be completed into Officer Nachitilo's conduct with respect to these 2 complaints?
I did. I felt that what happened that day went beyond a simple coaching issue. We had clear policy violations, and my responsibility as a lieutenant is to make professional standards aware of it.
And you, in fact, prepared a memo in support of those complaints, is that
I did.
correct? Okay. Thank you. I have No further questions. I have three short follow-up witnesses just to kind of piece a few things together. So at this time, I'd like to have Sergeant Joel Erickson join us at the podium. Thank you. Sergeant Erickson, if you could introduce yourself, your position, and how long you've been with the Fargo Police Department.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Sergeant Joel Erickson. Been with the Fargo Police Department for approximately 14 years. Excuse me. I've been in, during the time of this investigation, I was property crime supervisor, and I'm currently with our training and development unit.
Okay. So at the time of this investigation, you were not Officer Nachatilo's supervisor, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you were previously?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So you were Officer Nachatilo's supervisor in 2020, well in property crimes investigations?
Correct.
Okay. Did you place Officer Nachatilo on a performance improvement contract on May 8th, 2020?
Yes, approximately during that time. I came up as a property crime supervisor in January of 2020. At that time, I noticed some performance issues. With that, I met with Officer Nachatilo, went over those performance issues, and we worked towards an action plan with the overall goal of improving in those areas and figuring out what was going on. Due to not meeting the standards of that action plan, performance improvement contract was written and given to Officer Nachatilo in May.
Okay. Did Officer Nachatilo satisfy that performance improvement plan?
Unfortunately, no, he did not.
Okay. So was there a complaint, an internal investigation complaint, initiated in September of 2020 for violations of standard of conduct, efficiency, and performance?
Yes, a complaint was initiated due to not meeting the standards set forth in the performance improvement contract.
Okay. And when that complaint then is initiated, do you have much further involvement in the resolution of that complaint and actions taken?
Not at that time. That was sent up to professional accountability unit. However, I did maintain communication with Justin almost on a day-to-day basis, even when he was outside of work or when he was down in Florida during that time. Okay.
So you continued to have a relationship with a professional relationship with Officer
Correct.
Nachatilo. Okay. Now I'm going to jump ahead. Now he is returned to full duty, as you understand, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you discover that Officer Nachatilo had not filed the stolen vehicle report at some later date?
So initially when that investigation started was, I believe, on July 10th is when that call came in for that stolen vehicle. Justin completed the report on July 13th. On July 14th, my job as property crime supervisor, I'm reviewing those reports. In reviewing that report, he had mentioned that he was going to be taking trace DNA from a can that he had recovered and asked the report to be filed inactive. However, I sent the case back to him for follow-up due to there needing more work to be done on it.
Okay. So can you tell us a little bit about the importance of the DNA evidence and that, in fact, it could lead to prevention of crime or detection?
Absolutely. So I had a little bit of concern with the request to be filed inactive. Justin had several years' experience in investigations. For any case where we take trace DNA or evidence of that nature, we do assign it out to a detective so that trace DNA can be sent to the state lab in hopes to develop a suspect. That is the reason why I sent this case back for follow-up, was at the time was unaware that that evidence was either misplaced, lost, or discarded. Once we get that, we do submit it to the lab in order to hopefully develop a suspect in which we can tie these cases together to other cases.
Okay. So did you determine after 30 days that that evidence had been destroyed?
So on September 8th, a detective that I currently have at the time working underneath me came to me with some concerns he came across. There was a vehicle that was recovered in which a check from that stolen truck was involved in. With that, we were able to tie that stolen vehicle to approximately 20 some other cases within the city of Fargo. At that time, the investigator looked at Justin's report and noticed that there were some discrepancies between what Cass County said they gave him 2 pieces of evidence. In Justin's report, he mentioned he only received 1 piece of evidence, as well as he brought the concern to me that no DNA was collected and that evidence was lost or disposed of by Justin.
Okay. Was that the first that you were made aware that the evidence was lost or destroyed?
Correct. And at that time, due to being made aware of that, I went and spoke with his direct supervisor.
I have no further questions. Thank you. Two short witnesses. I would ask Sergeant Mark Licken to present to the podium. Thank you. Could you please identify yourself, your position, and your years of service?
Sure. Mark Licken. I'm a Neighborhood Services Division Sergeant, and I'm on my 30th year.
Okay. Were you Officer Nachtilo's supervisor at the time of the initiation of complaints 046 and 047?
Both Sergeant Halverson and I supervised the day shift team he was on. I don't know who was his specific one who writes his evaluations at the time due to injuries and people moving around, but he was assigned to Sergeant Halverson and I to supervise.
Okay. And you provided a complaint memo to the Professional Accountability Unit regarding Officer Nachatilo's performance in the stolen vehicle investigation, having been brought to your attention by Sergeant Erickson. Is that correct?
I did.
Okay. Did you also provide a memo to Lieutenant Crane regarding deficiencies in Officer Nachatilo's performance with respect to complaint 047, the missing children case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you specifically advise Officer Nachatilo to complete the NCIC form?
Yes, I did that in person at the apartment complex.
Okay. And what was your role with respect to that form? Did you, in fact, secure the form for him?
Yeah, I wasn't directly involved right away. Sergeant Halverson was handling it due to the phone call Officer Nachatilo called him. Sergeant Halverson called me at around 11 and asked me to go out there and help because some stuff, certain steps had not been completed. So I went out there, started the neighborhood canvass. I either got there and went and got some forms, or at some time I went to the West Acres station, picked up 2 forms, which it's about 6 blocks away. It's the fire station just north of the mall. Then I went back. Officer Nachatilo seemed to be waiting for the surveillance video to come from the apartment. There was some issue where the staff couldn't do it, but they were on the phone or getting somebody to download this stuff. At that point, I said, we need to fill out these forms. He filled out one and I filled out the other. So we both filled out the forms.
Okay. Was there any reason that you're aware that he could not have gone to get those forms earlier?
No. It was a 5-minute drive.
Okay. Do you believe that Officer Nachatilo's performance was deficient with respect to the children missing that you were involved in?
Yeah, yes, I did. It appeared he didn't know what to do, so I went through step by step with him of what to actually do, and I was there, and we accomplished those tasks together.
Okay, thank you very much. And the last person I'd like to ask a few questions of is Jen Crater, the HR manager that has the police department portfolio. And so Jen is sitting right next to us here, so she's got a microphone in front of her. Please identify yourself and your role with the city of Fargo.
My name is Jen Crater. I'm an HR manager with the city.
And how long have you been the HR manager with the city?
5 years.
Okay. And is the police portfolio your portfolio?
Yeah, they're one of 4 departments that I have in my portfolio.
And so you are involved in pretty much all things HR as it relates to those 4 departments, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Were you involved in the fitness for duty evaluation as a result of an IA complaint against Officer Nachitilo in September 2020?
I wasn't directly involved in that complaint. However, on November 2nd, the chief had informed me that he was put on a paid administrative leave. And then at that time, I did work with Officer Nachitilo and helped him apply for FMLA.
Okay. Had you previously provided Officer Nachitilo paperwork to engage in the interactive process?
Yes, back in July of 2020, I had met with him in person. He and I went over the interactive process. I gave him the appropriate paperwork at that time. And then I hadn't received anything back from him, so I followed up with him on 3 different occasions, August 25th, September 22nd, and October 23rd. So at that point, it was really up to him to, I'd done all the follow-up I really could. So, but he had never requested an accommodation, and he did not submit any paperwork from his provider to indicate that he needed an accommodation. And I'd also like to point out that we do, during the interactive process, advance in offering of employment within the city if they're found unable to do the essential functions of their job. So that is part of the accommodation process. But again, he never asked for one or provided any documentation from his medical provider to move forward with that process.
So from your recollection, though, Officer Nachitilo was then placed on leave and was eventually determined to be fit for duty at the beginning of 2021 and released to be a police officer without restrictions.
That is correct.
And at that time, and since that time, you're not aware of any request for any restrictions, accommodations, or any reason he couldn't perform as a police officer?
That is correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions or witnesses.
Thank you. We're at the point now where the commission, anybody on the commission, any of the commissioners have questions of the employee or the employee's witnesses. And Kurt and Nancy, you've been quiet, or you're still with us, correct?
Yeah, I have to tell you, I was off for a tiny bit during Erickson's testimony, but I did get the very last part of it. I think each and every person has been very thorough, and it's been, I could hear it well. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, I'm here.
Very good.
Yes.
We knew you were, I just wanted to make sure. Do any of the commissioners have questions for the employee or the employee's witnesses?
I have a question, but I don't know who to ask it of. The whole, state statute on the custody decree and the felony offense of taking the children across state lines, had the custody decree actually existed, would it be typical to affirm that custody decree before filing that NCIC report, or would that typically come after that? The NCIC report should have already been actively in place across the system.
I'm going to say I'm defer to the chief on that.
Again, the unknown of where the kids actually were. The custody paperwork was one aspect that may have come up during the investigation, but in this sense, there was no certainty whatsoever as to where these kids were. It was anything from an abduction by a stranger to someone that they knew. So most definitely, as critical high-risk missings, they should have been entered immediately, and then the investigation would go forward.
So normally, what we would look for is that NCIC report would be filed immediately.
Right.
And then in the course of investigating what's going on, the custody decree would be looked at after that fact,
Right.
correct?
Correct. You may later determine that, and we would cancel the alert, but until we know for certain what's happened, we're obligated to assume, in a sense, the worst for the safety of the kids.
Right. Okay, thank you. I have a further question regarding the property, and probably Sergeant Erickson would be the person to ask this of as current property crime supervisor. And again, this is more of a procedural question, but there was a suggestion by Officer Nacello that the DNA evidence that may or may not have been on the can in question that was disposed of would probably have little efficacy to the case going on. What would be a typical procedure for evidence handling, even if you think it may not be all that relevant to the case? How is that normally handled? What's normal?
Yes, in this particular instance, that would have been very relevant to help tie this case to the 20 other cases we were working. So typically, you would take that trace DNA sample, a CSI would. Justin was a trained CSI, so he could do that, as well as logging in the SOCs into evidence. From there, we would assign it out to a detective to submit those pieces of evidence to the state lab to get analyzed for DNA or fingerprints.
So is there a role then for the patrol officer's judgment to say, this isn't all that relevant, I don't think it's going to provide anything, or is that someone else's decision?
They would need to speak with the supervisor. Either way, they should be logging that evidence in, if not, getting permission from the supervisor to discard it.
Okay, so the idea suggested today that the can had little likelihood of being relevant isn't a actually appropriate kind of thinking. Is that, am I saying that right?
I would agree. At the time, what should have happened was either analyze it for fingerprints and or for touch DNA, and then we can submit it to lab to see if we're able to develop a suspect profile from that.
I have no further questions.
Sergeant Erickson, and we've seen a lot of information today, but one of the things that I would like maybe to have refreshed is what brought on the PIC in the first place back in May of 2020?
So when I first moved up to the property crimes, I looked at all the detectives' cases just to get up to speed on them so I could have an understanding of what they were working on and what they need to accomplish. When I looked at his caseload, he had a very high caseload, which necessarily isn't uncommon. But with that, there was numerous cases that didn't have any work done to them, so there was no further supplements indicating that he had been working on those cases. So I had met with him, discussed those concerns. He was out on FMLA initially when I went up there. When he returned from FMLA, sat down and discussed an action plan going forward and how we needed to work on the cases that he had, and didn't assign him any new cases for several weeks to give him some time to get up to speed with his current cases he was working. With that, he didn't meet the requirements of those action plan, so then it developed a performance improvement contract for him to start working on going forward.
Okay, and subsequently, 4 or 5 months later, it was determined that the PIC was not.
Yep, he didn't meet the requirements within the PIC.
Okay. Whose responsibility is it to monitor timeliness of reporting?
As far as?
Daily reports, reports of a call. I think one of the things that we have heard that often an officer's reports might be late, what you consider to be timely. Is that just the direct responsibility of the supervisor?
It would be on the patrol supervisors to be monitoring that, although the responsibility of the officer, if they're not able to complete a report, they should be talking with that supervisor to see if they can wait till the next day to file that report.
And our reports then typically, for the many, many calls and cases taken in a given day, are those by and large filed the same day or within 2 weeks, or what's
That is the
what's a norm?
expectation, the same day, unless they were able to get approval from the supervisor.
Okay.
But for majority of cases, they're filed the same day.
Thank you.
Thanks. So we're going just a little bit out of order. Any questions for the employee or the employee's representative? Might as well try to stick to this. Any questions? Okay. Any more questions then for the appointing authority?
Take a break before closing statements, or do you want to go right to them?
if there's no more questions, we can go straight to the,
I do have one question, and this is just out of curiosity, but what is magical about a form? You know, the fact that to have a physical piece of paper in order to complete your job, you know,
Yeah, there's really, I don't think there's anything magical about it. The idea is that it gets done and it gets entered into the system. We actually, in some of these things, call and can enter some of that information by phone with dispatch. The form is probably part of the statutory requirement, but more a formality than the act of actually getting it into the system right away.
correct. So, I mean, for that point, the fact that if I was wanting to get the information that I have received into the proper format, into my supervisor, to have an officer on the north side of Fargo run a piece of paper down to me, I'd probably say, nah, don't worry about it myself too.
Well, it's, yeah, I guess that's anecdotal, but it's a requirement that we have to do that.
Sure.
any other questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the final statement by the employee, please.
We have a 5-minute recess. I'd like to visit with my client.
Okay.
Thank you.
5-minute recess. Will the chief be coming back in?
Yes.
Okay. Make sure. Well, Nancy and Kurt, just to make sure that you're still good, right before we go to the final statements, we're just waiting for the chief to come back in.
Good, thanks.
I'm still here, so.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll reconvene, and we're at the point now where we'll ask for the final statement by the employee, please.
Thank you, and I appreciate you being willing to hear my side of everything.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, here I kind of have a lot of people ganging up on me, making accusations. I'm kind of left to defend myself. I don't know if if you have access to all the materials in this case, but several of the things I'm being accused of are not correct. Just keep in mind, first of all, that this was going to be a complete, fair, and thorough investigation in the mind of the parties involved here without interviewing half of the people that were relevant. The parents, the West Fargo officer who was at the school when I arrived, and concerning the stolen vehicle case, the gentleman that I spoke of in my interview about the towing policies of his towing company. When I responded to that call,
regarding the missing juveniles. No one runs out of forms because they check every time they get sent to a call if they have forms stocked up. I mean, officers run out of forms because they are under the assumption they have them in their bag, as was the case for me that day. And like I said, there's the way that the tone that it comes over the radio, the dispatch. We also have it right on our computer screen when you get into your squad car. It tells you all the information you need to know. And from what I understood when I got into my car was that a West Fargo officer was the one that was requesting assistance from me. There was no other West Fargo officers assigned to the call, and I was not instructed to respond. We have code levels for the way we respond. Respond code 3, respond code 2, or call the West Fargo officer immediately. He needs to speak to you this second. None of that information was given to me. The West Fargo officer, when he was interviewed, who I had to request to be interviewed because they were going to conclude the investigation without talking to him, he said nothing about how long it took me to get there. He never made a single complaint about me and the way that I treated anybody there on the scene. And he was under the same belief that I was, that case was not a high-risk missing person case, that it was likely a custody matter with the biological mother taking the children into Minnesota. When we go to cases, we go to unattended deaths constantly. Many of them don't get sent in for autopsies. We don't assume that they've been murdered. I mean, there's lots of times that we go off of where the evidence leads us, where the circumstances lead us. We don't assume the worst in everything we go to. And that was the situation here. There was not one piece of evidence or information that I received that led me to believe that it was likely that these children were, like I said, the time frame, a half an hour, the fact there was no forced entry, the cell phones were left neatly on the counter. If you abduct children, I mean, you're not going to think about leaving their phones behind. You just shut the phone off or take the battery out and throw it away. I mean, and the fact that the mother was in town, the circumstances she was at a wedding, she was badgering the father about seeing the children and demanding to know his address. All these things in totality pointed me that direction. But that being said, I did not want to think that I knew everything and that, that I was absolutely right in the situation. I wanted to reach out. And I spoke to a sergeant and a lieutenant. I thought I could have confidence that I would be given appropriate guidance if I was on the wrong track. And I maintain and I dispute any assertion to the contrary that I was given any direction while I was at the scene of that burglary that I was directed to enter the kids in NCIC or that I was directed to complete the forms. And I'll go to whatever lengths are necessary to prove that. That was not the case. If that had been mentioned, the first thing I would have said is, I don't have any forms. I need to go get some forms. So can someone bring them to the scene of where the parents live, or can I go get some myself first before I respond to that scene? It was never brought up, and that's why I didn't do it. So I get to the scene of the missing children, and I have a couple officers sent there. Like I said, they weren't there for more than 15 minutes, and Sergeant Licken released them. And, on the one hand, it was tremendously busy. I mean, it was insanely busy. And I think in the investigation, it was found that there was 43 incident reports drawn between 6 a.m. and 4 p.m. that day. 43. That's actual criminal complaint reports taken. That's crazy. And so, those officers were released, but, for them on the one hand to say it was a serious missing children incident and I should have known to take it seriously, well, where's the responsibility of the sergeant to take it seriously? All the onus is being placed on me as the lowly patrol officer that I'm supposed to know all this stuff, and I'm left there to my own resources to take care of this issue. I'm sitting there with the stepmother the entire time,
And when she's spoken to, she says that I was very professional and very concerned, which I was. That is accurate. And so any suggestion that, to the contrary, that I was trying to avoid work or that I was looking not to serve or I was being, derelict in my duties, that's not true. And I was communicating with Sergeant Halverson over text messages. If you ever have access to that conversation, I was updating him with my progress, with the things I was doing. And he replied that I was the man. That is a matter of record. You can look that up. So, I mean, at what point do these leaders have a responsibility to understand what I'm doing and make sure that this if it is a high-risk missing juvenile case, that it's being the proper steps are being taken. I had asked for help. I don't presume that I knew everything, and there's not an officer in the department that knows policies verbatim. And I would assume that my leadership would know them better than me, which is why I called them. And I just think that the mischaracterization of the meeting I had later with Sergeant Halverson is really what spurred this all up. And Sergeant Licken didn't. The first I heard about the missing person reports was through a text message with Sergeant Halverson. That was after Sergeant Licken left. I was there by myself. He returned with the missing person forms, and he is correct that he did fill out one. I filled out the other one. But that's the extent of his involvement in my investigation. He didn't point me in any other. He didn't tell me to do anything else. That was it. I was contacted the PIO, Jessica Schindeldecker. I was sending them pictures to do a department Facebook page posting of the children's pictures. I did a teletype down to Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. Spoke to an officer down there. Tried to ascertain a probable address for the biological mother, and got current pictures of the biological mother, so that we had that to send down for a suspect, because she was a suspect in my eyes. That was a criminal investigation in my eyes. That's the way I was looking at it. Until I got that text message from Sergeant Halverson asking me about the NCIC form and whether the kids had been entered. That's the first I heard of anything to do with it from the time that I left the burglary to the apartment when I spoke to the lieutenant. That's the truth. So it just seems really, hard to understand how the entire thing gets placed at my feet when I have leaders involved all throughout the whole incident. And their behavior is contrary to what they're saying here, that it was a high-risk missing juvenile and I should have known, and it's my fault. And yet they're there, and none of this information has been put in me. Supposedly they had a meeting, a confab at the station, and they did a checklist of things that needed to be accomplished. That checklist was never sent to me. I had no idea that even existed. So that's my point on that matter. As far as the stolen vehicle, there was nothing in my view to be accomplished at the scene. As I said, the victim did not live there. He was not there at the time that I was on the phone with him. He was not there. That's what he told me. So I couldn't meet with him. I couldn't meet with obviously his vehicle wasn't there, and his friend wasn't there either. So I asked him politely if he would be willing to get that information for me. He indicated he would. He didn't suggest he had any issue with it. As far as the chief had brought up about that I put the victim's address in the case report as the location of the theft. Well, I probably did do that, but that's a typographical error, but that happens all the time. I mean, what would my possible motive for that be? I'm basically undermining my point by doing that, because my point for not calling the victim or not going to the scene of the apartment is because the victim didn't live there. So by putting his address in the report as that being his address, that undermines my position. It doesn't make any sense. It was a typographical error, simple as that, common mistake in the police department. Next,
the recording with the deputy makes it clear that I am the one who requested that evidence be collected. It doesn't make sense that I would take the steps to make sure I got it in my possession and then all of a sudden had a change of heart, like, oh, I don't want to log a cotton swab into evidence, because that's all I intended to do was take, like I said, a trace DNA swab of the mouth of the can and log that into evidence. I honestly didn't remember the socks at the time, but if I had kept the bag, I would have logged the socks in because I would have seen them there. But that being said, it could have been covered up easily. I told the truth about the fact that I disposed of them. As far as not getting the report done on time, I was backed up on a lot of stuff. That carried over from investigations right to patrol. I was having issues with focus and with getting reports in. Lieutenant Aberley brought up that day that I had only like 4 calls or whatever. Well, that's not the entire picture, because oftentimes we have lots of follow-ups that we're assigned to do from previous cases. And I'm almost positive that I'm sure I had a lot of those to do. So, I mean, I was completely in catch-up mode almost every day, the way it was going. And that's not to make an excuse, but just saying with my issues, I was just having problems keeping caught up. And I didn't feel comfortable talking to anybody about it because of the issues that we talked about earlier. And lastly, the suggestion I made any false statements with the intent to materially mislead the investigation anyway is not true. I didn't lie about the soda can. I don't remember ever saying that I didn't have time to do. If I said I didn't have time, it's because I thought I had a lot of reports. I had a lot of reports to do or something. But I mean, I would never. I don't think I would ever say I don't have time to do something, because I'm a hard worker. I mean, that's just always been my reputation. And the allegation that I said that I left the scene of the missing children, I was never at the apartment building. That's one of my allegations against me, is the leaving the scene of where the children lived. And concerning the forms, it's an honest mistake. Like I said, before the sergeant didn't have forms, and there was no investigation opened on him. I'm not suggesting there should be. I mean, I think it's just an honest mistake. And I did call on the radio. In my statement that's recorded, you can look at it. I say right away that Dane Jeldon would have responded, but he was way on the north side, so I told him not to come. I mean, I made that clear. I wasn't trying to cover anything up. I wasn't trying. It's on the radio. Why would I even try? So anyway, in totality, I just feel like there's a lot of false allegations, half things taken out of context with only half of the information. And I think, I'm just hoping that if you look at things in their totality, that you'll see that, there was no malicious intent on my part whatsoever in any of this. And I'm just oh, sure. Another thing is, I don't understand why the chiefs make the claim I don't have credibility and that I wouldn't be able to testify in court going forward. I don't understand that. And like I said, these false statements that being alleged to have committed are, if you look at the full context, listen to the interviews, I think you'll conclude that I did not intend to materially mislead anybody in this investigation. So I just ask for your objectivity and looking at the full context of the situation, please.
Thank you, Justin. Excuse me, final statement by the appointing authority.
Thank you. So my first response is, while you were out of the room, several officers came up to explain that the form is really a very important form.
I'm a little confused. The procedures for 300-008A.
You know, can we let her finish her statement and then?
No,
we come
because I
back
don't
to
think
that?
she's allowed to give a statement. It says,
Wait, objecting.
letter G, under format, final statement by employee, and my client has given a final statement. Letter H, final statement by the appointing authority.
Yes.
Nancy Morris is not the appointing authority. She's the city attorney. The final statement should come from the chief.
I see.
I mean, you're having an attorney testify as opposed to the employee. That's unequal. I mean, I'd be happy to make a statement myself, but Nancy Morris is not the appointing authority. The Fargo Police Department is the appointing authority, and someone from the department should summarize the evidence or make comments.
And I can appreciate Attorney Wilking's comment. I will say we have taken the process in the past was that I was able to give that statement. If you wish to not have that continue, I'm sure that Chief Sobolski would be willing to respond, but I think I'd like to have a couple of minutes then to visit with him about that, if you wish to take that process.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wilking, for bringing that up. I think what Nancy just said too, that she's done that before, so it didn't strike me as odd, but looking at the policy, 300-008A, hearing procedures do say a final statement by appointing authority. Before that, the format was appointing authority / representative. So I think in H, it does say appointing authority, so why don't we could, if everybody's okay with that, we could have the chief do the last statement. If you, I think having some time to talk to him, are you okay with that?
Of course, thank you.
Okay.
And I'm fine with that. It's just been carried forward with the representative being able to do that in the past.
Thank you
but
too for
we're fine with that objection.
bringing that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's something we'll look for clarity for on our
Yeah.
next case, but this time we'll follow the letter of the
That's what it says.
policy.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. I would just like a few minutes to
Sure.
visit with the chief. Thank you.
Are they? Okay. All set for the final statement for the from the appointing authority, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Commission, for your time and attention to this very important matter. We take it equally important and a high level of significance when we're talking about terminating an employee. Per city rules, it is the province of the appointing authority in terms of determining discipline. The commission obviously has a role in making sure there weren't political motivations or other improprieties. This is not an easy task for anyone to decide, but the police department, more than any other department, does a very exhaustive, thorough investigation of all allegations. And in this case, our staff did just that. These violations were brought to my attention by subordinate staff who recognized the relevance and significance of these policy violations and the relevant adverse effect it has on the safety and trust of our community, as well as the good operations of the police department. Mr. Nachitillo is not new to these duties. He's been in a law enforcement office for 18 years. There is nothing to suggest in any fashion, other than his statements here today, that he suddenly doesn't know what he should do. As brought to light by I believe our sergeant, everyone has the policies in their phone, and if in fact they are uncertain. In terms of the conduct and behavior in these investigations, I find it to be egregious and outside the standards of our department, vision, mission, values. and policies. In terms of his failure to take an interest in investigating properly, going to a scene and talking to a victim and determining what happened versus making an assumption and hoping it works out is not the standards of our department or our profession, nor is it the service that the community expects. His acts following the recovery of the vehicle and the evidence, which would be critical to tie this to these other 20 cases, I believe are extremely evident that these weren't mistaken omissions, these were intentional decisions. His filing of the report indicating that which should be inactive, he knows, just as the sergeant described, that if someone hadn't followed up on that, this would have never likely been discovered. This omission would not have been discovered. In terms of the missing juveniles, really just an unconscionable response, decision, and even really here today fails to take any responsibility for any of his actions at all. There is no responsibility accepted. The policy is clear in terms of what he did. It's a critical priority one assignment. I think any persons in our community that have children that come home and find the door open and the phone is there and they don't know where this 8 and 12-year-old kid would be, very rightly distressed, frantic in terms of what's going on. I would describe his approach as nothing more than lackadaisical and acting again upon assumptions which are not based on fact, and that's not how the police department operates. I would also disagree with the statement that, well, we don't go to a suicide and just, investigate it as a homicide. In fact, actually, you should be investigating it as a homicide until you know it's a suicide, so you don't miss vital evidence or you don't miss vital interviews. So that perception I find troubling as well. And in this case, I think everyone breathes a sigh of relief. And fortunate that these kids were in fact safe, but had something bad happen to them. There was approximately 6 hours of unaccounted for time where they could have been in contact with the police, or that information could have been sent out for other agencies to be aware of it, or even potentially the Amber Alert based on whatever information we had. By Mr. Nachitello's own admissions, he misinterpreted the form he was given, which actually should have ratcheted up his concern, because the way he described it, the mother should not have had the kids. That adds another red flag to what is already a series of red flags. But because it didn't work out that way and it turned out to be something else, his assertion is we should just walk away and go, well, no harm, no foul. That's not how the police department works. That's not our expectations. That is not our standards. Coupled with his untruthful and misleading statements and the issue with his destruction of evidence, he's placed himself in a position as a Giglio officer in which he will not be able to testify in court. He cannot fulfill his job description duties, and his license will be referred out to the North Dakota Post for review and determination as to whether or not that license remains in effect. But it is in conflict with the administrative code that the North Dakota Post oversees. I think the case here today was very clear in terms of the intentional oversights on his part. Again, as I stated earlier, I think he's a good person. But he is not someone who I feel confident that would be able to perform the duties of a police officer up to the standards required, nor would I consider him to be someone that I would trust to carry that duty out, and I don't think our community would as well. And I would urge the committee to rule in favor of supporting the termination. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So we're at the point now of findings and conclusions. I will open the floor for discussion on the appeal before us for the members of the Civil Service Commission. Do you want to discuss now? Do you want to take time and reconvene another day, looking for thoughts from the commissioners on moving forward?
This is Jane. Given the large amount of evidence and testimony that we've heard today and received late last week, I would like more time to look through all the materials and to consider today's testimony. And I think that meeting again, perhaps later this week or whatever works for everybody, would be the most appropriate and respectful action on our part at this time. Having said that, I'm gone all next week, so I apologize for that recommendation followed by that inconsistency on my part.
Well, if we do this, I don't think it should take, we shouldn't wait too long, considering all the information we've heard and want to discuss anyway. Any other thoughts, or is that a motion?
I did not put it in the form of a motion. I guess I would be interested to hear what other commissioners have to say before doing so.
Could it even be tomorrow? This is Nancy.
Yes, I guess with the work with Jill and her office.
Well, or Friday. I mean, I actually will be in town Friday, guys.
Oh.
Which doesn't make it a better time. I'm just letting you know. I'm to see my mom and be at her care conference in the morning, but I could be available personally on Friday afternoon.
I'm pulling my schedule up as we speak. I had my phone off, so it's taking a moment to come back on.
Is that the wishes of the commission to try for a Friday afternoon, possibly a 3 o'clock meeting? Is it 3 o'clock? Kurt, do you have some thoughts?
Yeah, this is Kirk. I would prefer to let us make a decision today. I think we're not going to change our mind, or we're going to find any more information in the next couple of days. So, anyway, so.
Michael?
That's fine with me.
Jane, you still have you want to make a motion?
Yeah, let's put that in the form of a motion and vote on it. I move that we reconvene either Wednesday or Friday of this week for our final conclusions and decision.
So we have a motion to reconvene and discuss this appeal hearing either Wednesday or Friday this week. Is there a second? So we have a second from Nancy, a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Would you call the roll, please?
Pettinger?
Yes.
Grinlin?
Yes.
Winnis?
No.
Losi? Jordheim?
Yes.
Losi?
Kurt, are you still there?
Oh, we lost him. Well, that sort of settles that, maybe.
I kind of know what his vote was.
So we have
We have 3 in favor of reconvening.
3 in favor of reconvening.
We do?
Yeah.
Because it was a no, and Nancy was a no.
Oh, Nancy was a no? I thought Nancy
Yes,
was a
and
yes.
Kurt was a no because he brought it up.
Oh, okay. I guess I misunderstood Nancy's vote.
Unless we need
Okay.
to.
I'm a yes. I'm a yes, guys.
You're a
Okay,
yes.
Nancy's a yes. So we have 3 yeses.
Oh, okay. Okay, motion has passed that we will reconvene either Wednesday or Friday afternoon, whenever works out for the members and with the room then.
Jill, can we count on you to ascertain which of those 2 dates is best, or do we want to try to do that right now?
So in terms of room availability, we know that Wednesday morning 8 to 11 and afternoon 2 to 5 is available. Friday, this commission chamber is available all day.
Okay, and I have a 1:30 meeting that day, so I would say, can we meet at 3 o'clock?
On Friday?
Friday?
That works for me.
Okay.
Hi, this is Kurt. I got cut off for a minute. I didn't hear the motion.
The motion was to meet on Wednesday, reconvene, meet on Wednesday or Friday to discuss the appeal, and it passed 3-2, Kurt. So we're planning on either meeting on Wednesday or Friday afternoon. I'm suggesting Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock.
I think Nancy indicated that works for you, correct?
Yeah, either of those times, either what Jill indicated was open on Wednesday, I can phone in, that's fine, or Friday afternoon, I could be there at 3. Either way works.
Both work for me.
Okay, let's go for Friday at 3. Okay,
Yeah. But we can still call in though, so.
okay. All right. And then we'll take care of the annual meeting at that same day. Okay. All right, thank you all for your patience, your time. And I know it was a long day, but we will reconvene on Friday at 3 o'clock in this chamber and come to a decision. Meeting adjourned? Or do we have to take a motion?
So moved.
We have agenda, by the way.
Say again, Kurt?
Yeah, we had a couple on the agenda, but should we just continue the meeting until then?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
The meeting is continued till Friday? Okay. All right, thank you.